Hi, it's me, Graham Spies. Hope you slept well. Hope you took some Excedrin. We are all queued up and ready to go here. So let me just get my view situated. Okay, let's begin. It would help if I got the screen all the way ready, huh? And if it was a little bigger. Okay. Welcome to day 18 of the Letitia Stokes trial. I've got it queued up for the witness to take the oath. And we're going to go at 1.25 speed. It is 2:03 p.m. on Tuesday. And let's hope we can get caught up with the regular live stream right around the same time. Because at Crime Spies, we stream true crime in half the time. What a novel idea. All right, sit back.
To nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for
Sure.
the court reporter who's seated right in front of you?
It's Rhonda, Ronda. And you need my middle name too?
Last name's
Now
fine.
I want to sing Help Me, Rhonda.
Niederhauser, Niederhauser.
How are you employed?
So I work at Fort Carson. I work at Evans Army Medical Hospital, and I work in Ivy Medical Clinic. It's a primary care clinic office.
Okay.
I'm a clinical psychologist.
Okay. And what is your education?
I have a doctor.
Okay, so I forgot to mention, this is the very first defense witness. The state has rested, and so we're beginning this morning with Mr. Will Cook, Letitia's lead defense attorney, with their witness.
Degree, PhD in clinical psychology, and then I have a postdoctoral master's in clinical psychopharmacology.
Okay. And is this your full-time job at Evans Hospital
Yes.
on Fort Carson?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And you work at a primary care clinic?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you exclusively or primarily treat people that have had mental health or
I see
mental
all
condition?
kinds of different things. I would say the primary is people with depression, anxiety, adjustment disorder. I work mostly with the dependents of military spouse or military service people. And then I work with veterans and their family members as well.
Do you do active duty soldiers as well?
Occasionally, our clinic is primarily for the dependents, veterans
Okay.
and their dependents. Yeah.
All right.
Occasionally, there'll be a mom that brings her kid in and has some postpartum depression or anxiety, and I'll see them. But we have other clinics that will take care of the active duty service members.
How long have you been at Evans Hospital?
10 years.
10 years? And how long have you been a practicing clinical psychologist?
Since 2000,
2000?
23 years.
All right. So in December of 2019, did you meet with a Letitia Stout?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this Ms. Stout seated at the table, as you recall?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what day did you meet with her?
I don't have that.
Okay.
But from memory, based on the records I reviewed, I think it's December 5th and also December 13th.
Okay. All right. And what did you meet with her about?
So she came in to see her primary care doc first, and that's kind of what I do. I'm a clinical psychologist, but I work as a behavioral health consultant. So my job is to work with the primary care docs to see what care somebody may need. So do they just need brief intervention? Do they need ongoing counseling? Do they just need medications? Kind of get them to the right place. So she originally came in to see her primary care doc. She was having some constipation, and the doc also did a depression and anxiety screener on her. And based on her anxiety symptoms and what she was going through with stress, her doctor walked her into me. And I have 30-minute appointments. I don't do the typical psychologist type of job because I work in a primary care clinic office and I get people walked in all the time. So she was walked in for me for stressors with her work, and she was having some anxiety symptoms.
Okay. So she went to see her primary care doctor back in December 2019.
Correct.
And your understanding is the primary care doctor thought that it would benefit her to come and meet with you, a clinical psychologist.
That's correct.
Okay. And how long did you talk to Ms. Stout? Was it the full 30 minutes? Or
I documented it was 30 minutes. I
Oh.
didn't have a timer on it, and I can't tell from 4 years ago. So I'm familiar.
Okay. And what was your diagnosis, or did you make a diagnosis?
It was anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. Did you prescribe any medication or treatment or therapy for her?
So I don't prescribe, so I make recommendations to the primary care docs. And then I recommended that she see a therapist.
Okay. What was your recommendation for medication?
Hydroxyzine.
Hydroxyzine?
She had said that she tried. other
Hello,
medications in the
dictatorship
past,
world.
and
Welcome
it was-
back.
She wasn't having
Yes, taxation
depressive
is
symptoms. It was more
slavery.
anxiety, and she was having trouble sleeping. And hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's like Benadryl. It's what you can get over the counter, which is in Tylenol PM that can make people sleepy. But Benadryl has never been a medication that helps people with anxiety. Hydroxyzine, we found, can help with anxiety and can help with sleep.
Okay.
And that's what I had recommended.
Was she ever prescribed lorazepam by you or anybody else that you're aware of?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you discuss stress and anxiety that she was having from her work as a teacher?
Yes. So she had told me that somebody at her work was being harassed and that she stood up for that person. I don't know what kind of witness she was to them, but because she was a witness, she felt like she was being harassed.
Okay. And at some point, you provided a letter dated December 15th, 2019. There's also a letter dated December 15th, 2019, that has your name and everything, but there's not actually a signature. Do you recall that letter?
I do. Do you want me to speak to both letters?
No, just the latter one.
Yeah. The second letter, so I saw Ms. Stouch on the 13th of December. And at that time, she was doing better. She had decided that she was going to quit that job and she was going to go in another school district. She was going to look for a teaching job in another school district. And because she had made that decision, I think some of her anxiety was relieved. In fact, when I did it's called a behavioral health measure 20. So it measures all kinds of different things, including anxiety. Her symptoms had gone down. And I think that was mainly because of making that decision to leave that job. So she left. And then I got an email from her that she apparently had talked to her work, her boss, whatever the case may be. And they told her that they wouldn't allow her to quit because she was on a contract. And if she wanted to resign, she'd have to have a letter from her doctor indicating that it was recommended. So that was the letter that I had written, was that I recommended that she be able to resign from her position based on her anxiety symptoms.
Okay.
And then I sent the letter. I'll finish
I'm
it.
sorry. And you have,
Wait. Let's stop both of them. I know it's hard for you because everybody comes in, number one, they're nervous.
Sure.
And they may not have done this before, but the court reporter is taking down everything we say as we say it.
Sure.
That's important for one thing. It's easier for her to take things down if only one of you is talking at a time. It's also easier if you speak slower.
Okay.
She'll appreciate that.
Okay.
So let's try again.
and you provided Ms. Stalk a copy of the letter where you recommended that she step down from her current teaching position.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide that a written copy to her? Or did you send it via text, electronic, email?
I sent it by email. I sent her a draft of the letter,
Okay.
which means basically I didn't sign it. I sent her the draft so she would be able to read it and see if she felt like it was sufficient, if I was not putting in too much information or if I was putting in not enough information. So I sent that letter, the draft of the letter to her.
The therapy that you recommended that she start, what type of therapy are we talking about?
Just would have been individual
Talk therapy
Yes.
with a psychologist or psychiatrist?
therapist, yes.
Okay. After December 2019, did you have any more contact with Ms. Stalk?
No, I did not.
Okay. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
I apologize, everybody. I'm nervous.
Holy crap. Okay,
Was
so
it
I
surprising
thought he
you're not
was
the first
Mr.
person that's been nervous
McSpeedy
on the
for
witness
when
stand?
he
I
was
think I wasn't the only one.
Everybody
cross-examining
feels it. Don't worry about it.
the prosecuting attorney
So Dr. Nieder, how's
witnesses.
I think you said you've
But
been
this is
a
his-
clinical psychologist since 2000, is that right?
That's correct.
Witness.
When you see a patient like you did with this particular defendant, what kind of things do you have access to?
Their report, of course, we do scales. We do a depression scale, which is called the Patient Health Questionnaire 9, and it gets the main symptoms of depression. We also do what's called a generalized anxiety disorder questionnaire. It's called a GAD-7. And so we have access to that, to give that to people. The second appointment, we do a behavioral health measure 20. The only reason that they did that one is the first one was with her PCM, and the primary care docs provide those questionnaires. I'll also provide it if the docs have not provided it, if they walk in to see me. But the behavioral health measure, when somebody has official appointment with me, they're filling that out in the waiting room, and then they bring it to me. That's what the government wants me, the military wants me to have people fill out. I
Government
like
and
the other two forms better, but that's what they have us fill out. So,
Government and the regulations, right?
yes, military, yes,
Do you get a description of symptoms from the patient?
I do.
You agree that this particular patient, the defendant, endorsed that she had sleeping problems,
I do.
that she was feeling tired,
Yes.
that she was having trouble concentrating,
Yes, I believe so.
and that she had moderate level of anxiety.
That's correct.
And then that she also, though, denied any suicidal ideation.
That's correct.
What does suicidal ideation mean?
Where she wants to kill herself.
She also denied any homicidal ideation.
That's correct.
She denied any intent or plan to commit either suicide or homicide as well.
That's correct.
And that was on December 5th, correct?
Correct.
Did that hold true on the second date on December 13th?
It did.
She cited as the factors of her psychological issues as the stress at work, correct?
That's correct.
And that she was trying to quit that job
That's correct.
and that she wanted a letter from you to be able to quit that job.
That's correct.
Did you consider the option that she might be manipulating her visit with you to get a letter to present to work?
I did not. That's not typically how we
Okay.
operate. We trust the people that come in to see us. I would not be a good psychologist if I cross-examined every person that came in
Sure.
and said, I don't believe you. So that's how a therapeutic relationship works, is you have to trust the person that's coming in to talk to you.
Did you note in your notes on this from December 5th that there was no disorientation observed?
That's correct. She knew where she was, who she was,
Why is that important?
situation. It's important because you have to know who you are, where you're at, what's going on.
And she had no problems there.
No, not at all.
She also was not exhibiting any hallucinations, correct?
That's correct.
Her memory was not impaired.
That's correct.
Even remote memory was not impaired.
Correct.
And more significantly, recent memory was not impaired.
That's correct.
Judgment was also not impaired.
That's correct.
Speech was normal.
Correct.
Rate of speech was normal.
Correct.
Didn't seem to be pressured in her speech.
Correct.
Tone was not abnormal. It was not monotone or any other abnormality.
Correct.
And volume was normal.
Yes,
And in fact, you noted no language abnormalities were demonstrated at all.
that's correct.
You also went through her thought processes, correct?
Correct.
They were not impaired.
Correct.
In fact, you noted that they were linear, logical, and goal-directed, correct?
Correct.
You also evaluated her for connectedness, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Connectedness. You remember that?
I don't know, but
Okay. There's a note in your report that said evaluation of connectedness showed no deficiency.
correct.
What does that mean?
So I think what you're referring to, and this has been like an old note, so I don't have access to it. But I think that it refers to how you connect to other people. And I didn't see any problems with her connecting to me. And she had connections to other people, her family.
Okay. And just so you're aware, I know that you're nervous. It's okay to be nervous, like I was talking about at the beginning. If you can't remember, and it would be helpful for you to review your report. If you tell me that you can't remember and it would be helpful, I can show you your report and then you can review it, okay?
Okay.
That's a standard thing that we do with lots of witnesses.
Sure.
You noted that her insight was intact.
Right.
What does that mean, insight being intact?
She recognizes what's going on with her. She has insight that she has anxiety, that kind of thing.
And you also noted that she was not having any delusions.
Correct.
If you're noting all of those things, are those signs that somebody is not suffering from a severe mental health disorder?
That's-
Can we approach?
No, if you have an objection, state it.
I don't believe this witness is allowed to.
Then she can tell me if that's the case.
And what I'm asking Dr. Niederhauser is, based on your years of experience as a clinical psychologist since 2000, and then working as a clinical psychologist for Evans Army Hospital and at Fort Carson's, are those types of things that somebody would suffer if they are suffering from a severe mental health disorder?
Can I answer that or no?
I'm not the one giving direction here.
So what I basically would say is if I had any concerns that she was a danger to herself, a danger to someone else, or she was gravely disabled, which means she was psychotic or so severely depressed that she wasn't functioning, then I would have placed her on a 72-hour hold and sent her to a psych hospital. So
That's what happened
she
to
had some
Britney Spears,
anxiety,
remember?
she was having some stress, but she was not suffering from severe mental health disorder to the point where I felt she was a danger to herself or others, or couldn't function,
Okay.
or was psychotic.
Okay. And that's exactly what I was asking. This particular patient was not suffering at the time that you saw her in December on the 5th or the 13th of any severe mental health disorders, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted that she was only suffering from generalized anxiety disorder.
Correct.
Gad.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
So that's where you have anxiety. And for people that aren't familiar with anxiety, it's just worry, nervousness, like I am right now. And so you,
I'm a victim of
so
Gad.
you like worry about everything. So you don't just
I have
worry
4
about
kids.
certain
I would
things,
never
you
harm
have-
a hair
you
on
worry
their
about a
head
lot of things.
either.
Okay.
Hey, while they're pausing, follow me on Twitter. I just retweeted that picture of Gannon jumping in the lake. It stabs me right in the heart every time I see it. It's just real
On
quick
December
of him waving
13th,
goodbye.
You went through the same sort of
jumping in
neurological
a
assessment
lake.
of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
which
You noted that there was
she
no
yeeted him
disorientation
over a
observed,
bridge.
Correct.
that she was oriented to
mean,
place, person, time, and situation,
Correct.
You can
that she was not
see
suffering from
my
any
Twitter handle
hallucinations,
on the
That's
top
correct.
corner.
that her
underneath
memory
Crime
was
Spies.
unimpaired,
I don't know,
That's
maybe you
correct.
can't see very good.
and that remote memory was not impaired.
Correct.
Just
Recent
hurts
memory
my
also not
heart.
impaired.
Correct.
Judgment was not impaired.
Correct.
Why is it important to note that her judgment was not impaired?
Because if somebody has poor judgment, then they're going to make bad decisions.
And her judgment was normal.
Correct.
Her speech was normal.
Correct.
Tone again was appropriate. No volume issues or monotone issues or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Also, I'm going to put a name up here. Follow her on Twitter. She
And then
does
you
like a
noted on that
play-by-play
same day,
of
December
court. If
15th,
you
that last
weren't
time
able
you
to
had
keep up.
evaluation with this defendant,
She's fantastic.
that she was still only
And she
suffering from
replied
generalized
to me,
anxiety
so I
disorder.
love her even more.
You mentioned the M1 hold, that 72-hour hold. Tell the jury what that is.
So it's a hold that I can place on somebody and send them to a psych hospital. It's up to 72 hours. Generally, when you send them to the psych hospital, the psychiatrist or whoever's in charge at the hospital will continue to keep them on that hold. The reason we place somebody on a 72-hour hold is because they're a danger to themselves, they're a danger to someone else, or they're gravely disabled, like I was saying before. So they're so psychotic that they don't know who they are, what they're doing, or some people are so severely depressed that they're not eating, they're not taking care of themselves, they're not functioning. So that's where we can place somebody on it's called an M1 hold in the state of Colorado.
And during your career as a clinical psychologist, have you ever dealt with somebody that you had to put on an M1 hold?
So since I've been at Fort Carson working in a primary care clinic office, I don't see it as often, but I would say probably in the 10 years I've been doing this, it's probably been once or twice a year. So it's not frequent, but it happens. Prior to this, my job was as a mental health evaluator at Memorial Hospital for 5 years, and that's exactly what I did. People would be brought into the emergency room to make a determination if they were a danger to themselves or others or gravely disabled. And so I put people on M1 holds or emergency commitments. Emergency commitment is same thing, except you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And the emergency commitment, you would send them to detox, and that's a 5-day hold. And so I had a lot of experience of working in emergency situations and placing people on M1 holds or emergency commitments prior to working at Evans for 10 years.
As a professional and as an expert in clinical psychology, do you feel comfortable doing that if you're seeing the signs that would be appropriate for a placement on an M1 hold?
Yes.
Did you see anything about this defendant on either December dates of 2019 that caused you to have any concern that she was a danger to herself or to anyone else?
No, I did not.
Okay. May I have just one minute?
You may.
I left her name up there
What was the source of information as it relates to your
on the
interactions
little
with this
ticker
defendant?
that's going across the
Just
bottom.
a
I'll take
clinical
it down
interview
so
with
you
her
can
and
see
the
closed
scales that
captioning.
we utilized.
So basically everything coming from directly from her.
Correct.
Did she?
The only time we get collateral information is if we do have concerns about somebody being a danger to themselves or others, or they're psychotic, or people are worried about them because they're not functioning. That's when I would get collateral information from other people.
And that didn't occur here.
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she have any history whatsoever of psychological treatment in the past?
She had told me that she'd been diagnosed with anxiety in the past. In her medical records, she does have a
Holy
diagnosis
moly,
of panic attacks and
dictatorship world.
anxiety.
I'm a Virgo too.
And then she had told me that
Virgos
she had
unite!
tried different medications, but I don't think she'd ever seen a therapist before.
Was there ever any history that you knew of that she'd been in an inpatient treatment?
She had
field?
not.
Had not.
Had not. That's at least what she told me.
She told you that.
I was
Yes.
born on the 7th of September.
Did she mention any, as it relates to the stress or the anxiety, did she mention anything to you about stress related to her stepfather from 20 years ago?
She did not.
Did she mention any stress related to sexual abuse at the hands of stepfather from 20 years ago?
She did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. Thank you,
Do,
Doctor.
do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Niederhauser? Looks like we have one. Counsel would retrieve that and counsel approach, please.
Dr. Niederhauser. Okay, so I put Ashley, what is her last name here? Portillo. So it's at Ashley Portillo on Twitter. I found her last week, and I don't know if you know the trick of using thread reader, but so when somebody does a thread, in any one of the comments within that thread.
All right. Dr. Niederhauser, did you or the defendant set the second appointment on December 13th?
I did.
All right.
Well, I asked her to get an appointment and somebody scheduled it.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Mr. Cook? Mr. Allen?
So how was it that you had contact with her to set that second appointment?
So usually what I do is I walk them out. There's a back desk, they check out and they actually make an appointment. So I think that's how it happened.
Okay, so it's basically at the end of the first appointment, you walk out to the lobby and then you say, set another appointment in a couple of weeks, essentially.
That's correct.
And why did you have to do that for this particular person?
I typically do that as just a normal routine because I want to make sure that I don't do the ongoing therapy, but I want to make sure that I'm following up with patients and making sure that they're getting the help that they need. And so that's why I set it up. And then she did get prescribed that hydroxyzine. And so I wanted to follow up with her and make sure that how she was doing on that medication.
So this was only in response to just you wanting to make sure that what you were recommending was working and to follow up, not because you had some concerns about severe mental health
That's
disorder.
correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Niederhauser. You may step down.
Okay, so I'm just so underneath.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before you came in this morning, the attorneys and I were talking about some logistical things. And I know you might not be surprised. You might be, but you might not be surprised to find that in a case with this number of witnesses, this number of exhibits, sometimes scheduling issues occur. And so we don't have any other witnesses until 1:30. Until 1 o'clock. We're having there's a scheduling issue with respect to the next witness. So what we're going to do is I'm going to send you out until 1 o'clock. If I can have you back.
Oh
in the
my
jury room at
God,
1
it's a
o'clock.
good thing
Again,
we
don't discuss the
started
case
so
with anyone
late.
else. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. And the attorneys and I will be dealing with other issues. We're going to talk some probably about some jury instructions, some logistical things and things like that. So while we're not able to use your time efficiently this morning, I still hope to do that here. And we are still
See,
ahead
I
of
should
where
have
we
been
thought
paying
we would
attention.
be
I
at this point in
purposely
time.
try not to watch
So I know
this
it
stuff
looks like there's some downtime, but we're still going to use it efficiently.
or
from
like
our
read
end,
anything about it on Twitter
and
because
we
I
are
want to
still
be
ahead of where we
equally
thought we would be.
surprised.
So
You know, this is supposed to be a
enjoy
live
the morning,
reaction.
I guess. And we will see you at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please.
So here's my look of shock. Had I known that, we could even started later. Okay. Well, now I can at least finish what I was going to say. So there's a gal on Twitter. Her name is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Might as well just remove this for a second. Now, where did I go? Oh. Eek. Look, it says the jury. Oh, you can't see that. It says that instead of it saying the jury has left the courtroom, it says the jury has let pork and beans. I'm like, what? Okay. So what I was trying to say is at the bottom of the screen, this Ashley Portillo at Ashley Portillo on Twitter. I found her, I think it was late last week. She's a reporter for, I'm guessing, like some local news channel out there. And what she does is she starts a thread and basically gives the Twitterverse a kind of a play-by-play of what's going on in this trial. So I don't know, again, if you know how to use ThreadRaider, but anytime someone has I've been using it for years from following the 17 board. I learned that trick long ago. But in any comment in any thread, could be the first, second, third, last, whatever, just write a comment, and all you have to write is at ThreadRaider app space unroll. That's it. And then within like 30 seconds to a minute, it'll come back and say, Guten Tag, or Salut, or something. Here is your thread. Then what I do is I open up the thread, I switch it to reader view, and then I export it into my iBooks. Or you could export it into Kindle, or you could export it into any PDF reader that you have. And then sometimes the thread reader, you can have it refresh if it's like the end of the day or the next day or something, and you might have had part of it, like I just downloaded part of it or retweeted part of it now, but it usually is pretty good about refreshing. So if you want to do that, you know, like I said, the whole reason we do this Crime Spies true crime stream in half the time is because people don't have all day long every day to sit here and watch this unfold. But as I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today, you know, I don't know, we got on scriptures and I was telling him about Letitia and her book of James and the fire and what the scripture kind of points out and how Gannon with the fire and the candle, maybe that was the catalyst that made her go crazy. And then she had a fire when she was younger, supposedly, which I still think they should have called the brother, Dakota, back to just corroborate the fact that there was a fire, that she's whatever. But I told him, I said, you know, I think the thing is with true crime is there's just this ongoing battle between good and evil in the world. And there is a growing number of people who are battling evil for the good of mankind. Just, you know, our generation, the world. And I said, I think that's what brings the true crime, like there's so many critical thinkers in the true crime community, because I think it's a battle between good and evil. Anyway, that was just part of a conversation I had earlier today. So anyway, let's just continue on forward. Dictatorship world. I did want to say, I don't know if you heard me, I am a Virgo as well. So that means that your fellowship means even more because we're both earth signs. Oh my God. Okay, so I just fast forwarded all the way to the end, which is only 10 minutes ago. And they're just coming back. So let me get the screen back. Anyone, I think that you said that. The other video. Yeah, I did say it yesterday too. I tend to repeat myself just, you know, like with fifth graders, they say you have to teach someone new. You have to repeat it over and over and over again. And then they get it. Like, follow my channel. And then 5 minutes later, I should say, no, don't forget to follow my channel. Now follow my channel. And then all of a sudden you'll do it. Even though I know Dictatorship World already does. Because you're awesome. And you're an earth sign. And you're a Virgo. Do you know Virgos are one of the only signs that, like, their best match in the, like, mating world is a fellow Virgo? Predominantly earth signs, but fellow Virgo is, like, the best match. I think Taurus is second. Okay. All right. Well, giddy up. I am getting better, I think. Oops, no, I just said stop screen. Just when I see it, I gloated, and that's my payback for gloating. Okay, so much for like skipping through stuff on the rest of the day. Well, it's a good thing we didn't start at the normal time. Right? Am I right? You know, and another, just while I have your attention, another real bummer is like with StreamYard, if someone, I had my first follower on Twitch yesterday. I was so excited. But like people that comment on YouTube, which I hardly ever get, except Joe Anthony stops in once in a while and says hello. But you can put the comment up on the screen in StreamYard, like in the bottom left corner. And unfortunately with Rumble, you cannot. That sucks. Hopefully StreamYard will fix it.
Information that...
So I'm just going to maybe back up just a second here. It's so beautiful outside today, but I had too much to do indoors.
Why did...
Okay, so I guess we're like 12 minutes behind.
That'll be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay.
Oh, you know what, Dictatorship World?
Things around.
Patriot Pollywog had jury duty. Should have showed for jury duty today. So if we don't see her, we're not going to see her till the 12th.
Oh, get you some morning.
Okay. That part out, actually.
Sorry, I'm still rewinding. It only goes back 10 seconds. Maybe we don't
A
care.
People versus Letitia Stout
Oh,
record
here.
should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Our next witness,
Yeah,
as I
Virgos go
understand it,
together.
is Dr.
Virgos
Dorothy
go
Lewis. Are you
with
Dr. Lewis?
other earth
All right.
signs,
Your Honor, if I may.
but their best match is another
That's fine.
Virgo.
She has concerns about the step.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
was
fine.
married to a Leo.
I was trying to figure that part
My
out.
triplet
actually.
daughters are Leos,
Maybe right
although they
next
were
to the,
supposed to technically be
witness stand.
born in September. So technically they're supposed to be Virgos, but when you have triplets, you can't have them like,
Okay. Yeah.
I had them at
Couple
34
of
weeks,
things.
6 days, which
Okay.
is
Listen
basically
to Mr.
full
Sproul.
term.
I've had this conversation
So
before.
they were born under the Leo.
Don't move furniture in my home around.
And
All
fire
these electronics,
burns the
everybody's
earth.
using them for all kinds of different things. If you run them over a wire and it gets disconnected, nobody's going to be using your electronics. So that's why we have it the way that we have it set up. That's why you need to ask before you start moving things around. Wouldn't be right if I went into your office and started moving stuff around either. So let's not do that. Dr. Lewis, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony about
I was also going to say Absurd Beats.
Okay.
He was looking
we
for a
have had-
singer over the weekend.
We've had
And I
some
connected him with my
conversations
friend
and a couple
Lynn,
things.
who
I
I
understand that you had a
spent the
meeting
summers with
with
my
Ms.
grandma,
Stout and Mr. Tellini
and
on Sunday.
she went to our church.
You can't really
So,
mention
like,
anything
we were
about that
besties growing up.
or anything
She
that
lives
you
in
learned
California
from that.
now. So
I
he's
see that you're puzzled by
connecting with
that.
her to
In
do
Colorado, the rules governing
a
trials
donation
and
of
my
her
orders
time and
are that all expert
vocal
reports are to
ability
be provided to
to,
opposing counsel no later than
do
35
something
days
he's
prior to the
working
time
on
of
that's
trial.
for autism awareness.
And I know that
So
may be a
that's really
surprise too, because your
exciting.
report was not provided 35 days prior to
She
trial.
sang,
I am
don't
allowing
remember
you to
what the
testify.
song was, and I sent it to him. And then I'm like, oh, that was beautiful. Now do Adele. And I
to the
was like
matters
kidding.
that
And all of
I
a sudden, the
have
next
in
one
your
comes through and
report,
she's singing
or that
Adele
you
to
have
me.
referenced in your report. I think it's dated.
There's one that was February 13th and one that was March 16th.
Thank you.
So if
So
Absurd
you can
Beats
talk
is
about things
watching,
that are in your
neener,
reports
neener,
of
I
February
got Lenny
13
to
and March
sing Adele
16th,
for
but
me.
nothing after that. In addition, my
teased.
understanding is that, and I'm not sure when this was discussed, but there was information that Ms. Stout may have sustained a concussion, I think during softball, and may have had some of her teeth knocked out as a result of that. You can't mention that either, because that's not in your report either. But I will say this, you can, it's the first report, right, Mr. Tellini?
It is. And the only other thing I would just supplement regarding the softball, there's nothing in any of the reports about the teeth being knocked out. There was in the reports, specifically CMHIP, documented that Ms. Stout said that she had concussions playing softball, and then in her
Let
March-
me
okay.
finish the
I think I
advisement to the witness
got a
before we go down
concussion
another,
falling down and hitting my head on the
avenue.
hotel
So
hallway
you do have in your
wall after a Rick Springfield
February
concert.
12 letter.
And I blame
you
Jack
do have a
Daniels for
report
that
that she was severely injured when a shell fell on her head and knocked her unconscious. You can talk about that. That's all okay. That she
Maybe
was
that's
taken
why
to
I
an
lose my
emergency
train
room,
of thought
required a
in the
CAT scan, had a discharge with a diagnosis of brain damage. You can talk about those, but you can't talk about the softball incident. So with that, you can give Mr. Cook some direction as to where you would like to be.
That's a clarifying question. I believe.
Okay, sure.
Because I believe you heard that the incident wasn't mentioned, but that it is only the problems having to do with her teeth that can't be mentioned. Is that correct, that the incident itself had been?
No, what you can't mention a softball incident. You can mention general head injury. The reason for this is Colorado has very, and I know that you testify in different states, and the rules vary from state to state, and I understand that. In Colorado, there are specific rules about disclosure of reports, and I've issued orders in this case, as I do in all, about expert opinions shall be disclosed. And the basis for those and the breadth of those. And typically that means that if it's not in your report, you don't get to talk about it. And I've looked through the report. There's not a mention of a softball incident in your report. There is a mention of the shell falling on the head. Mr. Tellini in a minute is going to tell me that you should be able to talk about the softball incident because it's mentioned in a CMHIP report. I understand that. But you don't have any opinions in any of the reports that
Oh my
you
God,
issued
absurd-
that reference how the
Absurd
softball
Beats.
incident
Okay,
played
again,
into
I don't
your
know if you're on
opinions. Does that
Twitter,
answer your question?
but what you should do,
Okay.
last week, I actually read
and
it to
we
Lenny
have
because I had a 2-hour
two options maybe.
private
You can sit next
Streamyard
to it.
session with her because I want her to come on as a guest and talk
No,
about
she's fine. Would it-
the
would it
movie
be
she
okay if
made
I
a
finish
few
my
years
whole-
ago
my whole
called
statement? Okay,
Ashes
all
to
right.
Art about the
We have
Big
two
Sur
options. We
fire.
can sit you next to the witness box, and we can put that microphone closer to you so that you're not having to
What
hold the
was I
microphone.
saying?
The other
Oh,
option
and
is that we
he
have a
had
microphone and
Absurd Beats
I don't know. I guess
said
and you would
something
have to hold it
because,
hold
you know,
it in your
last week
hand,
she was,
when you're talking.
well,
So it's
actually
up
the
to you.
beginning of
Some
this, I was
people might
talking
find that
about
uncomfortable.
Letitia and
I've never
her
done
Book
it.
of
Don't think I would
James
ever want
and
to,
the fire.
but it's up to you.
And then he had like a 3-sentence.
All right. So,
thing
and I
about-
don't, those steps on that witness stand
I'll
are
have to
tricky.
find it.
That's why you'll see that they have tape on them. So that, because we've had people fall out of
Yeah,
them and fall
really
into them and all
like
those sorts of things.
super.
So it's up to you, whatever you think is more comfortable. I will tell
I
you
wanna see.
that chair does not move.
What's a good
It
word
swivels,
to
but it doesn't move
describe?
forward. And
He's
I
just
don't
really
think it rocks either. So
he's a
It
good
does.
thinker, a good
yeah,
critical
so it
thinker,
moves
but
forward
he
a little
puts
bit. So
puzzle
it's up
pieces
to you
together.
how you think
Very
you would be more comfortable.
gifted.
So
I mean,
just
he's a
tell Mr. Cook
music
what you wanna do.
producer, so clearly he must have a gift. Only certain people have that. That's what I told Lynn. I said, you know, Lynn, in that song, that Adele song, trying to remember the name of it now. I'm singing it in my head.
Yeah, but before you move there, you got to make me one promise, and that is that you're not going to try and get out of that stand by yourself.
Someone like you.
Okay. All
But
right.
I told her, I'm like,
As long
yeah,
as we're on the same page,
the
because I don't
dreams
want you to
came
get
true
hurt.
part of that song, I nail it. I slay it every time in my head. Well, in the bathroom. Maybe outside sometimes. Sometimes I sing to the cat. Cats.
And
That works.
Cat
does
at
that
a
work?
time.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
Oh, and Linny, she wrote a poem. Actually, well, should I read it maybe on the next break or post it? I'll have to ask her if it's okay, I'm sure. And she, oh my God, she's written poetry since we were kids. You know what's funny about Linny? When we were kids, so I would spend the summers with my grandma, and Linny would live, well, she lived there. So I would always call her on the phone and say, hey, let's meet at the Shell gas station. And so I'd get on my bike. She'd be like, okay. I get on my bike, and Shell gas station was like at the halfway point. I'd get there. I'd wait around for a while, and I'm like, okay, well, she's not here. So I'd like drive around the cemetery on my bike. And then like a block
All
or
rise
two
for the
away,
jury, please.
I'm like
Dr. Lewis,
already
you can stay
there.
with us.
And then she's just like, hey, girl. It's funny. But we used to go down to Minnehaha Creek. I don't know if you know Minneapolis at all, but it's just a beautiful parkway. It goes to Minnehaha Falls. And we'd run around there on our bikes, and we would play Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. Again, I grew up in the 70s, and the squirrels
Thank you.
were
May I be seated?
our nemesis, like the criminals we were
Court
trying
will
to chase
recall
down.
20 CR 1358.
Then we go to
People
Dairy
versus
Queen and
Letitia
get a
Stout. Record should reflect the
suicide,
jury has returned to the courtroom.
Mr. Misty, which is all the
And,
flavors
ladies and
mixed
gentlemen,
together.
I think you will note that there is
And
somebody
we
in the
drink
witness
them
stand
by
as
our
opposed to
favorite
having
tree.
us call that person
Winnie, if
up.
you're watching, remember
because
that?
of Dr. Lewis's physical issues, we brought her onto the stand ahead of time. You can see that there's a wheelchair by her as well. So she's already been sworn in. And with that, Mr. Tellini.
Okay, now remember,
afternoon,
we're
Dr.
only
Lewis.
10 minutes
Good
behind the
Could you please
regular
state
live
and
stream,
spell your
so our
last name for the record?
1.25
Dorothy now Lewis, Lewis, MD.
speed
Okay.
is.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to talk a
not
little
gonna
bit
last
about,
long.
to start off with, about your education and then some of your work experience that has given you insight into some of the issues
And
that
then
we're going to be
remember now,
discussing, and then some of your other
This
qualifications.
is
that okay?
Tellini, her other defense
Where,
attorney.
Dr. Lewis, did you go to undergrad?
So this is a
I went
defense
to
witness
Radcliffe
number
College
2.
of Harvard University.
And
Where's
was there a
your
rank in which you
Harvard?
graduated from there? Was there a rank in which you graduated? Were you
Oh,
magna cum laude?
I was, magna cum laude, right?
Yes. And what does that mean?
I was only cum laude.
That's with high honors.
Okay. And after graduating from there, where did you go to school next?
I subsequently went to Yale University School of Medicine
And do you remember what year you graduated from Yale University School of Medicine?
Harvard
in
and Yale.
1963.
After you graduated from Yale Medical School, where did you go next? Did you do a fellowship, or what did you do next?
After graduation, I received a fellowship from the National Institutes of Mental Health, and it was a research fellowship, and in which I was studying the ability to measure an individual's capacity for intimacy, for the ability to relate
This will be
warmly to other
interesting.
human beings or empathically to other people,
And how long did you do that for?
for a year.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
After that, I did an internship
stop
in
talking.
pediatrics
And how long did you do that?
for a year.
For a year? And what did you transition from your internship in pediatrics? Where did you transition to next?
I then did my adult psychiatry training at the Yale University School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry.
Okay, so then you went back to Yale to specialize in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And how long were you at Yale Medical School the second time?
Endless. It
Okay.
was 2 years in adult psychiatry, and then I did 2 years in child and adolescent psychiatry.
Okay,
So that would be a total
I think of
with
4.
medical school, quite a few years.
Okay. And then with your training specifically in adolescent and pediatric psychiatry and psychology, what did you use? Where did you take that training and where did you go to next?
When I studied adult psychiatry, I did my first year of training at the West Haven VA hospital, and then the second year of adult training was completed at Yale New Haven, mostly on the inpatient service and
What was
in
the
part
name
on
of
the
that
outpatient
doctor?
clinic.
What kind of stuff did you see when you worked with the VA?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes. It was primarily men, and it was individuals who had varying amounts of experience and time in the service. But it was an inpatient service, and much of the time I was on a locked service because it was with patients where there was a risk to themselves or perhaps to others. We're in an open ward.
Okay. And then after that, did you move on and do other stuff in either pediatric or adolescent psychiatry?
Yes.
Dictatorship World. Look
After
up
the adult
William
training,
Masters
I
and
spent 2 years
Virginia
at the Yale
Johnson.
University Child
They're
Studies
known as the
Center,
pioneers of
and,
the science of human
this was
sexuality.
actually, most of the training there was outpatient training in
Showtime
diagnosis
had
and treatment
a
of
series
children
called
and
Masters
adolescents.
of Sex.
And
I
at some
think
point in
based on
time, did
their-
your training in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry come to kind of intersect to some degree with the court system?
Dr.
Yes,
Rue.
Could you explain that for us?
I
yes.
bet this doctor knows
During my training
Masters
in
and
child
Johnson and
psychiatry,
Dr. Ruth.
I became interested
Is
in
Dr.
the
Ruth still
juvenile court
alive?
in New Haven. And
I'll
so
stop talking.
I began by just spending one day a week at the juvenile court, just sitting, listening in, and being available if there were any way I could be useful. And at that time, it became clear that the court was handling some extremely emotionally, psychiatrically, sometimes medically, neurologically disturbed children and their families. And what is more, they really had no services to offer these people. So what I did is I collaborated with the head of probation and also with the chief judge at the court, and we applied for a grant to
Okay, just
create a
ignore
clinic at the juvenile court in New Haven. And to the best of my knowledge, I think it was the
troll
first
in our
court clinic, period, psychiatric clinic in Connecticut that
chat
had ever
on
been.
Rumble.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty
I
sure
thought I
that
blocked
it
that
was.
person yesterday,
And
apparently.
to the best of my
Did not.
knowledge, I worked there for quite a few years, and it has continued to be funded, and it continues to exist.
Exist even today?
I think so.
Okay. Were there a time then when you kind of moved from working with adolescents to an older population with psychiatry?
Yes, I'm trying to think of
Okay.
any exact of when that occurred.
Well, do you remember being invited to join either the facilities of Columbia University or New York University or NYU?
Well, there was another year in between there.
Well, what happened in that other year then? I'm sorry.
While at the juvenile court clinic, the purpose of the clinic was one service, and to the court and to the families there, and also research if any research issues came up to study them. And so I worked with a neurologist, a social worker, learning disabilities people, what have you. And we discovered that there were a fair number of pretty serious psychiatric, neurologic disorders in this group. And what we did is we did some studies to try to measure, were there any differences between, let's say, ordinary ordinary adolescents in the New Haven area who were not delinquent, and the court clinic population, and we found that indeed there were, and we published some papers on the differences between actually some of the fairly severe neuropsychiatric problems that distinguished the delinquent group from the other group, from the matched group of non-delinquents. And somehow our work became better known. And then
And
I was-
while we're going back and talking about that work, were those in what are called, back to those articles being published, were those published in peer-reviewed journals?
yes, I believe so.
And what is a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is it's a scientific journal, and it's a journal in which you submit your whatever your research findings are, and then they are reviewed by other people who are experts in your field, often bigger experts in your field than you are, and they're reviewed to see whether they merit being published or not, and they were. And subsequent to that, I think I'd forgotten to mention, I received a call from someone at the state, somebody in, I think, in corrections, and they had some funds in order to study juveniles at a correctional institution in Connecticut that had been created for seriously aggressive delinquents. It was a kind of new concept, and they asked whether I could put together a group similar to the group whom I had put together for the court clinic, and whether we could study the juveniles at the institution for severely violent delinquents. And so we did do that, and we did do research that compared some of the more aggressive delinquents with the less aggressive, and eventually we were able to move out a little, and we were able to actually get a group of non-delinquents, and we were able to do a matched sample. It was from New York and from Connecticut, of delinquents and non-delinquents from the same socioeconomic background, but one had been in trouble with the law, one had not. And we published that. I think that was maybe one of our more influential kinds of papers. And I think that it was perhaps as a result of that and some of the other papers that we had published that I received invitations to join the faculty at several of the universities in New York. And so I moved my work, and I moved to New York. I moved my work to New York City.
And back to those studies that were fairly influential, was part of the reason they were influential is because they were kind of groundbreaking and contrary to how people had been looking at juvenile offenders prior to that.
Oh yes, they were different from what I had expected when I began my work. It was during the era of West Side Story, where we're depraved because we're deprived, right? And really, that was how I had trained and what I expected to find. And I was surprised to find what I found at the court clinic, and then later at the school for delinquent kids. And yes, it was new, and it's always been an area of disagreement, of argument, of questioning. But I think by now it's fairly well accepted. But at the time, it was a surprise to me and to the people who read our work.
Okay. And then you were indicating you moved your practice to New York. Where specifically in New York?
Well, I received invitations to join the faculty of Columbia University, Cornell University, and New York University. And it was, it was a difficult choice, a kind of heady choice. And I decided to pick NYU, New York University. It may have been the least prestigious of the three, but they had a prison. And New York and Cornell and Columbia, they were not delighted having services for violent adolescents or violent adults, whereas NYU, first of all, its base is Bellevue Hospital, and Bellevue was the very first, I believe, the very first general hospital in our whole country, anywhere. And NYU was, or Bellevue was very well known for having a prison unit in it. And Cornell and Columbia didn't go for that. So I decided to take a position at NYU at Bellevue, and I commuted there for about 20 years from New Haven to New York.
And then, so that allowed you to continue doing research in a certain population and how neurological and psychiatric things affect that specific population. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it extended your opportunities, because in a general hospital, you have equipment, you have MRIs, you have EEGs, you have the ability to do 24-hour EEGs. There are opportunities that you just don't have at a court clinic or in a detention facility, so that it did give you an opportunity. Also, it had other faculties. They're all different fields in any general hospital. So it gave you the opportunity to consult. If you didn't know what was going on or you had questions, you had other people you could ask and you could consult with, so that it was an ideal place to try to do research on. By this time, the research was on the correlates of violence and the distinction between what perhaps creates a violent individual and what kinds of things may be protective from violence.
And did you continue, so you continued to do research, and did you continue to have articles published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
If you were just going to guess off of the top of your head, how many articles in peer-reviewed journals have you had published that specifically to go to kind of this type of thing you're talking about, criminal acts in neurology and psychiatry?
Well, almost all of them are in that field. I haven't counted. My guess is somewhere between 100 and 200, but I don't know.
And then at some point, because of the articles that you had published and the research that you had been done, were you then starting to be requested to do evaluations or consult on criminal cases?
Yes, actually, you remind me of how this did come about.
Okay.
I had started to do a study on homicidal young children, and it turned out that that in our young ward for kids, psychiatrically impaired children, that there were a high percentage of actually homicidal young children. This was a shock to me. I did not expect this. And when we published, we actually would categorize what we found, because it was hard for us to believe and hard for others. But a child tried to set fire to her mother's hair. Another child attacked a babysitter with knives. So that it was a surprise. And it was published, I think it was published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, or in the American Journal of Psychiatry. But now I recall how I came to see adults. The article came to the attention of Diane Sawyer, who was on television at the time in a morning show. And so I was interviewed about our findings there. And we had found that the homicidal young children at Bellevue differed from the non-homicidal but mentally disturbed children at Bellevue in several ways. One was that there were histories usually of very severe physical and or sexual abuse. The extent to which emotional abuse contributed, we were not able to really measure well. But a combination of that, a history of severe brain injury or injury to the central nervous system, and or a history of a predisposition to certain kinds of now things that we consider to be, at least in part, genetic predispositions to psychoses, as in individuals who are predisposed to whatever schizophrenia now is. It changes its definition from year to year or so, but it's considered a severe and in part, heritable disorder. So that we discovered that this distinguished the homicidal kids from the other ones.
Good to great.
And
that's great.
2 days after I had been interviewed, I received a call from the from, I think, one of the heads of, I think it was the public defender's office in West Palm Beach in Florida. I think it was Dick Burr there.
This
And
lady
he
reminds
said
me so
that
much of
he
my
or
grandma that
people
was a
on his staff
nutritionist.
had
It's freaky.
had witnessed the interview with Diane Sawyer, and he said, I think I have a case in my group that sounds so much like the children you described. Would you be willing? He happens to be on death row. Would you be willing to come down to Florida and examine this person? And I said, sure, yeah. And so I did go down, and I did as careful an assessment as I could. At the time, I did
That's
not
the
have
weird thing
all
about
of the
these
assistants,
online
like the
communities
neurologist I
is you
work
get
with,
to be
the,
like friends.
psychologists, what have you.
weird.
But my God, the
Although today I went to my
the
favorite
gentleman that
grocery
I saw
store
resembled
and
these kids.
they're like, "Hey,
And,
how are you?"
that was that. And a
And I
few
must have
months
sat
later,
there for 20 minutes
I
talking
received
to
another
people,
call. I
giving out
believe again it was
hugs.
from Dick Burr, and he said, "I think we have another inmate." And I think his group was responsible for all of the death row inmates at West Palm Beach in Florida then. And would you come down and see this person? And I did. The thing that I remember most about that particular individual was that he had a dent in his skull. We tend to do neurologic as well as psychiatric assessments as far as we can. And he had a dent, and it turned out that his father had run over his head with a cart and a horse. And you don't get much better data than that in terms of documenting injury. And we did find that, yes, there were similarities again. And so again, we pulled together a few $1,000s, and then I was able to recruit a neurologist, Dr. Jonathan Pincus, and a learning disability specialist, Barbara Bard, who taught at one of the colleges in
Tell my
Connecticut,
daughter this morning it looks
and,
like I'm cross-eyed on
a
this
psychologist. I do not
webcam.
remember at the moment who it was. And what we
I had
did
her-
is
I had
Dick
to borrow
Burr
her
had
glasses
us
again
evaluate
to
all
see
of
if her
the
glasses
death row
make me look
inmates
less
in,
cross-eyed.
that
I don't
were
know.
in his
I'm
group.
like, oh
or
my
his
God, have I
assignment,
been
with
cross-eyed
one
this whole
exception.
time?
And the one exception was there was one inmate there who had been diagnosed as having a severe psychotic disorder. And we didn't want to see anyone who had already been evaluated, and we didn't want to skew in the direction of pathology or not pathology. So that subject was eliminated. But other than that, we evaluated all of the inmates, the death row inmates in his group. And we published that study, and I think that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. And I think that that's what kind of gave my work a sort of kick in that direction, because it was unexpected and fascinating, new insight into some of the things that go along with homicidally aggressive behavior.
And since that time, could you estimate how many criminal cases you've been asked to do evaluations on?
Oh dear, I don't know. I'm not certain. I would have to guess somewhere between 1 and 200 or more adults on death row by and large, but I'm not sure. It could be more.
And a significant portion of those cases that you were brought in to do the evaluations on were death penalty cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of this work, did it start to become apparent to you that there were
Are you
many
talking
cases
about my
of what was
grandma
called
sitting
multiple
up on the
personality disorder at
stand
the
there,
time, but now
Gladys?
it's called dissociative identity disorder? Many cases of individuals on death row who
Or are you
have the
talking
disorder
about
who
me
had
and
not
my
been diagnosed
stories?
properly.
I already told one, I think,
No.
earlier.
Okay.
In part, when I say no, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. What it means is that when I trained, that the very diagnosis was up for grabs, and perhaps it still is. It depends on
Patriarch Polywog. That's what I
the
told my friend
experience,
at the
the
grocery store.
sophistication, the
I'm like,
the training
it's so
of the
weird.
individual.
Well,
But
actually, I had my telemed
been
appointment this morning.
trained to be
I'll
very
talk later.
skeptical
Yep.
about the existence
Told her
of
the same
this
thing.
of this kind of disorder, and so I have little question, but that maybe over the first quite a few years that I worked on death row or worked with very dangerous people, I think I missed the diagnosis because you can't see what you don't believe exists. You just can't. You miss it, and so that I'm fairly certain that it existed,
Dictatorship
but I didn't
world, I
recognize
agree.
it. And then over the years,
When I was watching
as,
the Murdaugh trial with
well,
Emily D. Baker,
as-
who I think is just
as
outstanding,
I was confronted
the
with
chat went by so fast, I thought I
more
was going to have a
obvious
seizure.
kinds of cases, and also sometimes people had
That's another
diagnosed
reason I'm
something
like,
before I
hooey,
had.
I'm just going to do my
And
own.
when I was asked to evaluate the individual, I became more aware of what this disorder was like. But no, when I first went into this field, I did not have any idea that I would be seeing this, nor did I think it existed really.
And then through your training experience over the years, you were able to recognize it and diagnose it more often. Would that be accurate?
Yes, and what I
noticed
tended
in
to
the
do,
chat
because
of
I
any
was
chat
aware of my
room,
own
your name
skepticism,
gets highlighted on
we do not
the
often
YouTube links.
videotape
which
our interviews.
I'm not a fan
It's
of.
not usually possible. It's a very complicated thing in a
But-
prison. But what I did do was, if there were cases where I said, nobody is going to believe this, those were the cases that I would say, let's videotape these and then leave it up to whoever sees it. If it's a jury, if it's other clinicians. But so it was at that point that we started to at least videotape some of our more problematic cases. And then you could start to document more of the objective signs, symptoms, behaviors that led to that diagnosis.
And have you published peer-reviewed journals on either multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder, as is now known?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No,
Okay.
I don't. I can think of one that I think
Yeah,
is the
I
most
haven't gotten one
important
zip on
that
here.
we
Not
published.
one. Or Twitch.
And the
Although I
reason
just
was
started
that
Twitch
in a
this
lot of
week,
these
but
kinds of cases, particularly cases where there
we're
is a question
figuring
of,
things out.
of malingering or of trying to get away with something or what have you, you really want to be able to document something that you didn't create. It was there before they set eyes on you, because when people make this diagnosis, they're often accused of suggesting it. And so what we would try to do is at least document and videotape when there were data that antedated our contact with the individual whom we were seeing. And that's how we would get objective evidence that something existed.
And you also ended up writing a book based primarily on your dealing with death row inmates who suffer from, at that point, I think I said multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
Yes,
What was the name of that book?
guilty by reason of insanity.
And then you've also been the focus of a documentary that was on HBO.
Yes.
So you tell me a little bit about that. Sure.
Oh, yeah, that's poo-pooed.
Our work became better known. Better known in certain circles, I guess. And a producer named Alex Gibney became aware of my work and just contacted me to try to get consultation on a mini series that he was going to be creating with
Oh, good.
Laura
We only
Dern,
care
with the
about people
actress.
on Rumble.
And she was going to play a
Am I
woman
right?
psychiatrist who saw death row inmates. And somehow he got my name and interviewed me. And I brought with me some of the tapes that we had made of some of the more interesting cases that we had had. And after, 2 or 3 sessions working together, he said, Dorothy,
Do you
I
guys
don't want
follow
to do
Diamond and
the
Silk on
the
Twitter?
mini-series. I want to do a documentary on you. And
Silk had a
it's a
absolutely on
staggering,
fire little clip this
occurrence.
morning I saw.
And of course,
Her
I said,
sister
"Fine."
Diamond
And
died
so we worked
suddenly
on it together for about
end of
4 years.
January.
And alas, it came out, I think, the very first day of COVID, a disaster. And it now it's on HBO and it can be seen. And it's called
Absurd
crazy,
Beats
not
had another
insane.
excellent
title of your book?
I beg your pardon?
Same title as
analysis
your book.
of
No, the book is
Rona
Guilty
word.
Oh, that's right.
of Insanity.
earlier
and
today.
The,
I could read that in
documentary on
our
HBO
break
is
because we're going to have
Crazy,
to go
Not Insane.
through the break.
Have you ever been
together.
qualified to testify as an expert in a
Hand
court
in
of law?
hand.
Yes,
Do you know how many times?
no.
What are some of the jurisdictions that you've been qualified as an expert?
I can tell you states.
Sure, that'd be-
Let me just name a few. Let's see, the state of Washington, California, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Kentucky,
And,
New Jersey.
and do you know what fields have you been qualified to give expert testimony in?
What
What fields?
in what fields? As a clinician, as in
A clinical psychiatrist?
yes, as
That
a
suddenly is
psychiatrist.
fantastic. But
I
what's
think
even
that
better
I've been
is the
asked,
real Anthony
particularly when
Fauci
there have been
movie.
issues of
I gotta just do a live stream. You guys tell
psychiatric
me when
and
you're available
neurologic combinations of
because I paid for both
of
parts.
disorders or questions because, well, obviously the brain and the mind are connected.
If you
and,
thought died suddenly was jaw
so that,
dropping, wait till you see this Fauci movie.
your training is in both fields. In psychiatry, 2/3 of your exams are in psychiatry, 1/3 in neurology. Vice versa, if you're a neurologist, 2/3 of your boards are in neurology and 1/3 in psychiatry. And since I worked and published with Dr. Pincus, who was a professor at Yale, and then I think at St. Elizabeth's, we were often asked to work on similar cases and work together and learn from each other.
And at least now you're, just for the jury's knowledge, right now you're more or less semi-retired, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so are you currently board certified right now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you board certified in?
In
Patriot
psychiatry.
Polywog, we're gonna have to talk
Your
about
Honor, at this point in
diamonds
time,
during the
I
break.
would offer Dr. Lewis as an expert in psychiatry.
I've
and
never
ask her
cried
to be
harder
allowed
at a
to,
funeral of someone
issue
that I
opinions,
didn't know than watching that.
in accordance with. Prosecution?
May I go down, Your Honor?
On qualifications?
Yes.
You may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you doing?
Hello.
My name's Dave Young. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask a couple questions about what you're doing now. What does semi-retired mean?
Well, I've retired from teaching teaching regularly at NYU and at Yale, although I may give a talk now and then, or in another setting, I may be invited to do a presentation or give a talk. And I'm working on analyzing data. We have a great deal of data that have never yet been analyzed.
I'm guessing
so
she's
that
probably
I'm working on
80-ish.
that and
My dad's
working on writing
79.
and on occasion accepting a case such as this to assist in the diagnosis or of it's
My
usually
grandma
a
died at 85,
violent
the
individual.
nutritionist, and she worked up
And when
until
you
like 2
testified
days before she
earlier
died.
about certain circles recognize you as an expert in the field, what did you mean?
I don't recall using the term certain circles. Could you remind me of?
Sure. I forget what the question was, but you said that you were being recognized as perhaps one of the pioneers in
Actually, my
discussion of
grandpa,
identity disorder, within certain
Not the one that
circles.
was married to my
Recall saying something
grandma.
like
Well,
But my dad's
transpose it a
dad,
little
he
bit.
died at 85
I've,
also,
I
and he
have
worked
done
up until
the,
2 weeks before
the
he died too.
chapters in the past. I guess over the past.
Because when he
maybe
retired
15
from
years
Honeywell,
now, in
he was
the,
bored, so he got
the,
a couple part-time
the major
kind of volunteerish
psychiatry
gigs.
textbook, the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry, initially by Friedman and Kaplan, and then Kaplan and Sadek and Sadek. And I have, for example, I've published in the last two editions, I did the chapter on antisocial behavior, criminality, and violence. And I also have written, but I think it's the 11th edition, has not yet been published, but I have in press the chapter in that particular textbook, and I think that's pretty generally agreed upon as the most accurate and relied upon textbook in psychiatry in this country, maybe anyway.
So, and the circles you're talking about is the field of psychiatry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to practice psychiatry in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to conduct forensic examinations on defendants charged with criminal cases in the state of Colorado?
I believe I'm recognized as an expert and permitted to do that, but I don't have a license in Colorado. I've tried to maintain, for the most part, maintain licenses where there is reciprocity. And all these states where I have mentioned, I'm not licensed in each of them, but usually on the basis of places where I've for years, I continued having a California license, a New York license, and a Connecticut license because they tended to be reciprocally recognized in other states.
Dictatorship
And
world?
hence I could
I think
testify
she's
there,
the
but I do
one
not hold a license in each of these states.
that
And indeed,
had,
I'm now just retaining my New York license because it's fairly expensive to have a
3-hour
license in each
interview with
state.
Letitia, and I think it was one of the
should I
defense
need to, I can,
attorneys over the weekend.
I can
But she
reapply,
had
and there
had
is
an appointment with
reciprocity usually.
her
So we're clear, the answer to my question was no.
also.
Well, the answer is I don't have a
Before the
license here, no,
trial.
but I've been permitted to testify
We've
in
got enough time, I
cases
can just
in
pause.
states in which I do not maintain a license because it would mean 50 licenses.
But it would also mean that you would be regulated, right?
Okay, I'm pretty sure that this is the doctor. Okay, so yesterday at the very beginning of trial, the prosecution team brought up the fact that Letitia had a 3-hour meeting with Dr. I thought it was this lady, Lewis, over the weekend in the jail. And at the very beginning of her taking the stand, the judge was talking to her saying something about you can't mention the softball, something or other in the teeth. But I'm pretty sure this Lewis also had interviewed her prior, which is, so now they're just kind of like laying the foundation of her credentials and like what her background is. So I don't know if that makes sense. Mom passed in 2014, 84 years, had dementia. Oh, that's terrible. For her at home. Oh, you did. She passed before all the Rona. She wouldn't have understood. You know, my grandma that lived to be 102, so my dad's mom, she died in 2018 at 102. She had dementia. So after my grandpa, the one I just mentioned, who died at 85, worked up until 2 weeks before he died. Right after that, we had all thought grandma was like, pretty normal. They were getting up there in age. She was like 87 at the time. And all of a sudden, she started doing the most odd behavior. And we come to realize that grandpa had been covering her for years. So we put her in a home, kind of like an assisted living type home that had a kitchen. And then she just hated us. And my son was just a baby. He was like, I want to say like 8 or 9 months old. And so since I had the time, I would take her to like all these appointments, doctor's appointments where they'd like stick stuff in her head. Oh God, she just hated me. But my point is, up until, I want to say Sam was probably like 7 and the girls were like 3 or 4, 3. She never recognized me, my dad, my brother. Well, she recognized Sean, actually my brother, for a really long time after like she pretty much didn't know anybody else. And I'm sure it's because he put her through so much stress that I got stories about my brother. But the person that she always remembered up until even when she was 100, because I'd say, oh, hi, Grandma. Do you know who I am? And she's like, no. Oh, tears. I'd leave that place crying every time. And I'm like, well, here's Sam. He is, whatever, old. And I'm like, and here's the girls, they're triplets. And she'd look at Sam every time. I'm going to cry. And she'd go, oh, Sam. The only person she remembered years after she forgot everybody else was him. Isn't that weird? Okay, now I'm going to turn it back on. What were we talking about before? The dementia. That is just a horrible disease. And, that is so kind of you to take care of her in your home. I can't imagine. I thought about taking grandma here for a while, but I didn't because it's really hard. Yeah, sad. Well, and you know what else is bad about the Rona when that happened? Not only did the old people not understand what was happening, but like in the very beginning, the people couldn't even say goodbye. Like they'd have to there was videotape of people trying to get into the nursing home. I can't start talking about this. I'll cry. Just terrible. Horrible. Oh, and I have something else to tell you about Bill Gates. So remember up in, I think it was like Washington State, the very first nursing home that had like the outbreak way in the beginning. Do you know who owns that or had part ownership? The name I just said. And again, Twitter took down my regular, like normal Twitter account that had like all this good dish on all that. Maybe I can try to remember it somewhere in my brain. Okay, back to the thing. God bless you, Patriot Pollywog, for taking care of your mom. Sad. And you know what? They're finding out that a lot of medications, like some psychiatric medications, they're saying is causing dementia, especially over 50. So, and I was going to also say, so I had my telemed appointment with one of my doctors this morning, and I told her about, I started a live stream channel, and then I'd like to do, well, I didn't tell her the politics part, but I'm like, I'm just so loving like the nutrition, and like, I want to do a podcast on like foraging for things like I did last summer. Spent like, going back to like the medicinal shaman that would use stuff that was just grown outside. Although my neighbor said, you want to be careful about like blending that stuff in a blender and drinking it, because what if you accidentally died? Stem cell research. Yeah, I've heard of stem cell research. Do you know that some of the Rona jabs, all of them have aborted fetuses in them, like chunks of them? Drinking what? Weeds. Medicinal weeds. So like you see stuff growing out in the yard. I've talked about this before, but I'd like to do a deep dive in it. Lots of people do that, like to try to find like certain plants have medicinal purposes to them. But like I'm super allergic to ragweed, so sometimes people will be like, or I'll read about it. I'll find something, I don't even know the name, but yeah, aborted fetuses. Look at the Google aborted fetuses and the Rona jab. Yeah, dandelion is great for inflammation. Dandelion tea. Actually, I have dandelion pills that I take. You can smoke lettuce. You can actually smoke, what is it? I got it out in the garden. I read that too. For healing the lungs. Who would think that? Yeah, that's, like I said, there is a whole, so if you go back, like before the pharmaceutical industry took over the entire world, and half the shit they probably put in the stuff actually makes you worse. I mean, think about it. Don't you think like a pharmaceutical should make you better? And all it does is just kind of like mask something. And I think that's something that it's masking that people get as they age. The core of it is like inflammation. And I swear to God, in my opinion, most of it comes from the food. So Lenny and I actually had a big long conversation about that the other day, because I'm kind of to the point where I would love to just like live somewhere where I can grow my own food year round, not Minnesota. Stem cell for anti-aging. They use that. Same about the meta. Oh, yes, Patriot Pollywog. What is it called? It was just on something I watched last night. For the rest of their life for treatment. Yeah. See, so again, last summer I got on this whole medicinal herbs, weeds, or, what we call weeds. So, I have to be careful around the ones that are related to ragweed, though, because ragweed and me do not get along. Okay, well, I'm going to go back to the... We can talk during the break. Sorry, see, I just keep going. Can't help it.
By those state agencies that regulate psychiatrists who are licensed to practice in those states.
There are only, to the best of my knowledge,
find
the
that
reason,
book.
the
I'll find
reason
the
that
medicinal
I,
weeds book, and you'll know what I'm
from
talking
very
about.
early on, the reason that I took out a California license
And
was
Dr. I don't, I
Okay,
want
be
to.
right back. I'm out of
to be
water.
recognized.
Can you
Well,
just answer my
yeah,
question?
Let's
Yes, Colorado.
hydrate.
Okay,
yes.
there's nobody that can regulate you in Colorado because you're not licensed, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that, I believe that your medical boards or your boards in psychiatry could certainly license me for the purpose of, say, testifying in a case, to be recognized as an expert.
Eugene.
But I would not have to pay, say,
Oh my God, I could
$500
talk
a
about
year to
this
50
forever.
states in order to maintain a license there. But there is reciprocity in almost every state. In California, you have to have your license within 2 years, or it's very hard to be recognized there. Therefore, I've tried to maintain licenses in places where if I did not get them early enough, there would be a risk of not being recognized there.
Did you contact anyone in Colorado to see if you had reciprocity in the state of Colorado?
No, I did not. It was my understanding that that there were only, I could be mistaken, but that there are only two states, Florida and California, where it is really very important that you actually have a license and pay for it every year in order to maintain your license there. But otherwise, there's everywhere I've been, there has been reciprocity. I didn't even question it here. I assumed that this had been ascertained. Am I mistaken? Is it different here?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I believe that that there is reciprocity if your credentials are good, and if you are board certified. Your board certification is kind of a recognition that you are trained, prepared, and competent to work in that state.
But Colorado would have no authority to reprimand you, for instance, if you did something wrong as a psychiatrist.
No.
No, the objection sustained. Move to a new area.
When's the last time you've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychiatry?
I am not a forensic psychiatrist.
What fields have you been qualified in the past then?
In psychiatry.
When's the last time you treated someone as a psychiatrist?
Oh my goodness. In the past year.
Do you do that as part of your retirement? When you say you're semi-retired, do you treat
Yes.
patients as well?
Yes, on occasion I will, sure. Or will consult, or by and large now, I do more diagnosis and consultation and less ongoing treatment.
Those are my questions, Jack. Thanks.
Witness will be, or I'm sorry, Mr. Tellini, you wanted to proffer this witness as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis, let's just clear that up.
You need a license to practice medicine in a state if you are treating an individual, correct? So if you were providing medical care and trying to help somebody with their problem, as opposed to just seeing what their problems were, that's when you need the medical license.
Well, I'm not sure it's restricted to that. I'm not positive that you would define it that way because of reciprocity. And you know what one might be able to do is get a time limited period in which you could treat a patient. I've never been in a position where that's been an issue or where that's been questioned, but again, the reciprocity recognizes that you're competent to work in these states in your field.
And just to be clear, I didn't contact you hoping that you would treat Ms. Dowk. I contacted you to see if you would evaluate her.
Yes,
Okay. And you've not provided any type of medical treatment other than the evaluation to Ms. Dowk.
right.
Okay. When I contacted you regarding this case to see if you would assist, what type of information then did you seek out or were given before you came out here to perform to Ms. Dowk?
I would have to look at.
And if it's okay with the district attorney, make sure you refresh your recollection.
Sure.
Okay. um, in addition to interviewing for 14 hours
Yes.
and consulting with a social worker, investigator with you, and reviewing the reports of Doctors Torres, Gray, and Grimmett. I've looked at incarceration records and nursing records and these kinds of jail
Yep.
documents. I've looked at correctional psychiatric records and also at whatever records were produced by clinicians who were working with the prosecution. And I've reviewed nursing notes, handwriting samples, signatures of Leticia, and I've looked at whatever medical records were available, police reports, FBI reports, the autopsy report on Gannon, and a review of the prosecution's witness tapes.
Okay. And all in all, that I believe it was about 6 different binders full of paperwork that we actually mailed to you.
Yes,
Does that sound about right?
I think so.
And so it was quite a bit of information that you reviewed even before going to see Ms. Stout.
Hundreds of pages.
One of the things that did some of the unusual facts of this case kind of perk your interest at all?
Could you clarify?
Well, as far as the violent nature of the assault on an 11-year-old boy, the fact that he was transported to Florida, the fact that,
Notice the meeting.
No, I think the witness asked whether he could clarify overruled.
the account of the different,
Could you start that sentence over?
sure. As far as unusual things that kind of perked your interest, so to speak, the violent nature of the offense, of the assault on the killing of the 11-year-old boy, the way in which the body was transported to Florida and disposed of, the numerous different stories that Ms. Stout had given trying to explain the disappearance.
I wouldn't characterize it as piqued my interest. When I get a case, I study what is in front of me, and there are many different details in a case that are far more interesting than whether somebody did some of the acts that you're describing or whether the body was handled in certain ways. I can't say those particular things piqued my interest. The case itself it's always interesting because it's not there's so many reasons and combinations of reasons that lead to bizarre and violent behaviors that I can't say that one thing piqued my interest more than another.
And you came to Colorado Springs to do the interviews of Ms. Stout in November of 2022.
Yes, I believe so.
And you did about 14 hours of recorded interviews with her.
I think so.
Okay.
You timed, I did not time.
Okay. And one of the things, actually, these interviews were done at the El Paso County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And I was actually present there with you while these interviews were being done.
Yeah.
Object is to leading.
That part is, you can ask her who was there.
Who was I there?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you wanted me there for these interviews?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One reason that I very much like an attorney or attorneys or people involved in the case to be there when I'm there is I want them to see what I see. I don't want it to be my description of what happened because my way of seeing it may differ from your way of seeing it. And therefore, I want the person to see it, particularly in unusual cases in the sense that cases where people will be skeptical of findings, for example, in dissociative cases. These are cases that, as you know, are areas where there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of questioning. So that I like the attorney also because he's going to be presenting the case. I may not have anything to do with it. He may fire me, but he's going to be involved. And so I like the attorney to be there. And then there's one other reason. It's safer that way. And it's taken me a while to learn this. When I was a whole lot younger, I was a whole lot sillier and a whole lot braver. But I like to have attorneys there or someone there with me so that I'm in a safe place and I can relax and do my thing.
Were there any precautions taken about where I was seated to kind of prevent me from influencing things?
Well, I can tell you what I do all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I assume I did this with you. And again, I didn't always do this. It came by hard knowledge. I had worked on cases where the attorney sat wherever he felt like sitting. And there was a particular case where I was sitting facing the defendant at the time, and the attorney was seated behind me, so that he and the defendant saw each other eye to eye, and I didn't see what the attorney was doing behind my back. And it became clear to me after a while that something was going on there, nod, nod, wink, wink. And it's not like me to do this, but at some point, if I may be less than polite, I said, wait a minute, cut the crap.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on here? I said, if you two have stuff you want to talk about with each other or whatever, go ahead. But it was clear that there was communication going on there, and I could not rely on what the defendant was saying, looking at me. And I left the room. I said, I'm going to get up and leave now, and you two talk about it. Go ahead. And I'll be back, and maybe we'll go on, maybe not. And I waited for a while, came back in, and they said, yeah, they would stop this. And then I changed the position so that I could see both what the defendant was doing and what his or her attorney was doing, so that there was no, as far as I could prevent it, there was no communication between the two of them. And so I did, if memory serves, this was recent enough so that I knew enough to place you. Is that correct? Is that where I did place you?
Well, and we have a stipulation for all the 14 hours of video has been admitted. And so if the jury wants to view the videos, they are going to be more than welcome to when they go back to deliberations, and they can confirm both seating positions and that there wasn't any crap going on. Yeah.
Mr. Young, is there a stipulation?
Yes, there is. Your Honor, and these are people's exhibits. I realize this is defense case, but
That's
there's
okay.
a stipulation to admit people's exhibit 729 through 734. 729 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning. 730 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the afternoon. 731 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the morning. Exhibit 732 is an interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 in the afternoon. 733 is an interview that took place November 17th, 2022 in the morning. And finally, 734 is an interview that took place on November 17, 2022 in the afternoon. I'll just give these to the court for you.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Then exhibits 729 through 734 will be admitted. Mr. Tolini, go ahead.
Thank you.
Those are in CDs, not thumb drives, right?
They're thumb drives actually, because they're larger.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, Mr. Tolini.
All right. And Dr. Lewis, before we kind of delve into the subject matter of those 14 hours of interviews, I want to talk about some things more general. I want to talk first about disassociation. And what is disassociation?
It's not an easy question. It's first of all, disassociation is not like one single fact. It isn't like a strep throat and that's it. There's a germ. This is what causes it. This is what cures it. Dissociation seems to be a continuum of the way in which the human mind works at different times. And we all, at times, dissociate. An example that many people will give will be if you're ever riding along a highway. I know I've done this where you're riding and you're thinking about one thing and you pass your the exit where you were going. You intended to do one thing, your mind was on something else, and so you were somewhat dissociated from what was actually happening in front of you, and then realized your mistake and corrected it. So that would be on a very ordinary day-to-day type of behavior. There's nothing abnormal about it at all. And at the other end of that spectrum is something that now is called DID. in the days when I started training, it was called MPD, or multiple personality disorder. And there, I can tell you what it seems to be, and the way in which I understand it now. We do not have a good understanding of the physiology of it, of the, the way in which the chemistry of the brain works. We don't have a perfect understanding of the way in which the neurotransmission works. There's a lot more to learn about it. But it looks as though, first of all, we do seem to know what causes severe dissociative disorders. When very young children, even infants, are subjected to early, ongoing, relentless physical and or sexual abuse, where it is intolerable, where you can't cope with it anymore, the mind seems to self-hypnotize. Now, colleagues of mine would maybe use different terms to mean the same thing, that where you kind of self-hypnotize, and it is as if this were not happening to you, it's as if it's happening to someone else. Examples of this, some of you may have had these, because these experiences occur occasionally at random, but sometimes an individual will picture looking down on himself, let's say from a ceiling. It's as if the person or the mind gets away, and they are looking down at the person to whom some kind of unpleasant episode is occurring. That is a kind of dissociation where you have psychologically, I can't tell you how, physiologically or in terms of neuroanatomy, we don't know that yet, but it does seem to be a physiological phenomenon that occurs. And so for a while, it's as if this is happening to someone else. Now, in the very serious kinds of cases that I've seen, it's very common for the individual who seems to have kind of split off from himself and not be there. It's very common for that other aspect of the person to take on the characteristics of the abuser. And it's this may be why it's so astonishing and why it takes so long for people to accept that this does happen, but it does happen. It is extremely common for an alter, if you wish to call the other entity that seems to split off psychologically. Not really, there's only one body there, but psychologically split off. And that is very often the abuser. And this is why, well, when I do teach about treatment, if you know this, and if you're sophisticated about this, you never speak ill of the abuser. Now, you may know from the data that have been acquired and the histories from different people, you may know for sure that yes, indeed, this person was abused by another, let's say by a parent, by a father or something like that. You never badmouth the abuser. You just don't do it. And the reason is that the mind operates in a puzzling fashion, so that if you, in fact, in the first case where I ever recognized this, if you don't realize it, and if you badmouth the person, you say, oh, he's terrible, and someday we're going to get rid of him. This is a very naive way of trying to treat. You don't do that, because remember, there is another entity, there's another process going on simultaneously, and that other process is saying, you don't need me? Oh, sure you need me. I'm going to kill her. I'm not, and by God, I've had cases where the split has occurred and the alter has said, jump out of the car. Go ahead, jump out of the car. And where a child has tried to jump out of the car and has been saved. So you don't play favorites. In fact, you find yourself saying, if you are trying to communicate with both entities at one time, you may even say, I know, let's say Sam, I know, Sam, that you've had a tough life and things haven't been good for you either. And we'd like to know more about that later on. But meanwhile, please do not encourage Susie to jump out of the car. And so that, one of my kids teases me and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. I think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual often are aware. Not always. Sometimes it's too painful and the split is different and the alternate entity is not aware of what's going on, but sometimes they are. And so in the interest of safety, you don't badmouth. And we understand, I'm sure you had your reasons for whatever you did to so-and-so, and we'll talk about that another time. And this is the best I can do to really explain to you how this happens. I believe that in the decades to come, that probably more of this will be understood, that as we get better equipment and better ways, by the way, we have tried to look at different EEGs of different personas and to see, can you really see a different electroencephalogram going when a person is in an altered state from another state? My group has not been successful that way. There have been disagreements among them, but there are others who believe that they have been able to distinguish these differences. I'm not convinced yet, so that I can only tell you what we see, what we observe, and it's a very powerful phenomenon. Even though we may not know exactly how it works biologically, it can cause disastrous effects.
And in kind of your experience in diagnosing and treating people with DID, do the alters generally have some awareness of each other? Or does that vary?
It varies. That's such a good question. It does vary. Which is, why also sometimes there are alters that have little groups that are aware of each other, and there can be another that is not aware of, one group is not aware of the other, or the other person is not aware, or entity is not aware of the others. So that I can't generalize, but I have seen both. I've certainly seen where it's not uncommon for, in cases of homicide, where one aspect of the individual will not be aware that the other has committed a heinous kind of act, and then there will be others where they do know what happened. And
part of the DID phenomena is in some degree protective measures to keep some memories kind of hidden from some of the other alters. Could you talk a little bit about that?
to think about it,
Well, for example,
in certain instances, I've seen several serial murder cases in which when a different entity is operating, is in control or seems to be in control, that entity may be the sweetest, nicest guy you ever met. And you will, if you read a little bit about it, about different cases, that sometimes serial killers are not recognized because when they are not in that homicidal, murderous, enraged entity, they are perfectly sweet, and in fact they can talk about ethical issues and be critical, and I think that it's probably one of the reasons that it's very hard to catch serial killers, because much of the time they're not in that state, and you'd never guess.
I don't know.
Well, because
now
in
with
that
geofencing, I think it's pretty
like that, if
easy to
somebody
catch
does suffer
just about
from
anybody
DID,
committing a crime.
they may present in a manner that they seem completely innocent because the memory of a horrible act is stored somewhere else. Would that be
Yes,
accurate?
it as far as they know, then they did not do it.
Yeah.
And then they don't look as if they did it. And this is probably one of the reasons why it is very, very hard for clinicians, not just for lay people who have not trained in this, but for clinicians to believe that this is possible, because it is so unbelievable in many ways. But it does occur.
And could that explain a situation where, well, specifically in this case, Ms. Dow commits a horrible
Well,
violent
that makes
act,
sense.
and then only hours later is appearing very
Go down the rabbit
charming
hole
and
of who
interested in
owns the
finding Gannon
most
to the police.
farmland in America, number one. And number two, how much U.S.
Let's go
land the
back,
Chinese
we'll
are
back up.
buying
We'll
close
circle back
to
around to that, Dr. Lewis.
military
Are there
like
any
areas.
conditions with dissociative identity disorder that can be comorbid? That
can be comorbid.
comorbid, that can go along. You can have DID and other conditions.
Oh, of course, surely.
What would some of those be?
Well, one of the commonest, maybe they're mistakes, maybe they both occur at the same time, but experts in this field have written about schizophrenia and DID, and they can occur, at least from what I've read, they can occur. I can't attest to this because at the moment I can't think of a particular case of mine where that exists. Certainly, we have seen we ran a clinic for dissociative identity disorder at Bellevue. After a while there, it became clear that there were enough patients coming through where they needed a clinic like that. And we saw a fair number of patients who suffered both from bipolar mood disorder and dissociative identity disorder. So those I've seen go together. Then the other thing is, anything that can happen to the brain can happen to the brain in and of itself. And the dissociative disorder may have originated years before and had its own etiology, but sure, you can have certain kinds of brain damage. You can have certain kinds of epilepsy. You can have, so yes, you can have more than one disorder.
And also, how can having a traumatic brain disorder
The
with DID
U.S.'s largest
impact
grain
somebody
importer is
being
Russia.
possibly violent?
Could you repeat it?
How could having a traumatic brain injury comorbid with DID impact somebody being violent?
It's been well established over the years. This isn't new psychiatry or neurology, that different kinds of severe damage to the brain can be followed by impulsivity and a loss of control and often violent behaviors.
I'm going to stop her right there just to make this one comment. Letitia was 36-ish around the time she murdered Gannon. So if she's trying to explain it away, I really hope that the prosecution brings up the point that in her 36 years preceding Gannon's death, she didn't exhibit any of this. Let's continue.
And any number of injuries to the brain can cause violence. Separate from that, a child who has been abused and tortured and enraged and made to feel helpless and then made to dissociate can become violent, can misperceive what is happening, can blame an altered state and attack that altered state, or can misperceive another person as an enemy of some sort. So that they do seem to be somewhat different, because one seems to have a psychodynamic quality to it, but there's something about injuries to the brain that have been reported again and again in terms of subsequent lack of control, not just of violence, but of impulses. impulses.
Going both to the 14 hours of interviews that you did miss.
Interjecting again, I totally buy that somebody that has a brain injury, falls down in a hallway of a hotel after a Rick Springfield concert drinking too much Jack Daniels, sure, I buy it. But again, going back to the fact that in the 36 years preceding, she had no one to corroborate these alternate personalities or, crazy pants diversions from her normal personality. None. Zero. Zip. Nothing. Okay. Sorry, I had to say that.
With missed out
Oops.
and the collateral data that you had been provided, what were you made aware of about her upbringing, about growing up?
I did not interview any of her relatives myself. I don't believe I did anyway.
Yeah, but you remember getting some reports from the social worker, Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
But I'm going by what I have gotten from other people's interviews.
Okay.
And several people seem to agree that, first of all, that she came from an extraordinarily violent household, including that of her mother, Deborah,
Yeah.
and her mother's tendency to latch on to males in her environment who were extremely abusive, and abusive to her, but also apparently abusive to Leticia as well. There was one man in the mother's life who apparently pushed Leticia into a shower and beat her naked in the shower. It was these kinds of grotesquely physically, and I would call that sexually as well as physically abusive. Also, there were several of her relatives who spoke about aunts, uncles, great aunts and uncles known as grandparents or whatever, who gave her enemas repeatedly. By the way, this is a question that not a whole lot of psychiatrists ask, but it's very important because it's one of the commoner ways that sodomy occurs in the torture of abused kids.
Well, in fact, she detailed it was actually an uncle, but it's actually her grandfather, detailed you being given enemas by him almost on a daily basis. Do you recall that? Do you recall her describing that to you, of a grandfather giving her enemas almost on a daily basis?
I do. And I recall her saying this. And also I recall, I think I'm not mistaken, that she also gave enemas to Gannon. And she also perceived this as something he wanted her to do. So that it certainly has a sexually abusive as well as a physically abusive quality.
But
to it.
she did not perceive these daily enemas as being sexual in nature as far as when they were given by her grandfather, correct?
Objection, leading.
I don't know.
Okay, jury will disregard the answer.
Do you know if she perceived these enemas as sexual that her grandfather
I
gave
don't
her?
know. I don't know enough about that, and I don't have enough others to corroborate what, as far as they could glean,
Okay.
her reaction was. So I don't know.
What did she, let me rephrase this. Would the manner in which she described and other people described her upbringing be consistent with the environment that could foster DID?
It could foster,
Dissociative identity disorder.
as far as I know, again,
Yep.
because I didn't get this firsthand. I have to go by what other people told me, and it sounded as though the household was a madhouse. That there was man after man. Not only did the mother get hooked up with very violent men, but my recollection is Leticia herself got hooked up with violent people, and that it was it was very hard for me to even keep track of the names of the various people because there were numerous males that were aggressive toward various members of the household.
Did she specifically describe any type of molestation dealing with her stepfather, James?
James, if memory serves, she would not refer to him as father or even as James. She referred to him always as Jackass James. And it was as if that kind of made it possible for her to even refer to him, but with great disgust. I believe that he was one of the people who was involved with sexually molesting her during several years of her childhood. And so that he was one of the people who sexually molested her, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you recall that he molested her up until the time that she actually took off from home?
According to my notes, she left the home at about age 15. But also, I have in my notes that she would run away into the woods and hide from this person, that she was terrified of him. And then at 15, that she actually left him.
Did she describe to you events or coping mechanisms that she would employ that would be consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Coping mechanisms. I'm trying to understand better what.
Well, I mean, did she describe to you things that would be consistent, just in general, consistent with dissociative disorder?
I hadn't thought of it so much as describing as kind of witnessing things. For example, when I was interviewing her over a period of time, suddenly it seemed to me that she was speaking Russian. I don't speak Russian, and it only had that lilt to it. I didn't have words that sounded Russian, but it looked as though she had switched into a different entity. I think she believed she was speaking some other language, but I don't know what that was. And but I can't define in my head exactly the moment at which she did it, so that I can't tell you what the coping mechanism was. But that would be a coping mechanism to suddenly switch into something that made you more comfortable and got you out of whatever situation you felt you were in at the time.
Did she describe any alters to you or other personas?
She did. The one that I remember particularly is she referred to somebody named Maria, and Maria apparently was a physically abusive entity. And when my recollection was that I actually heard her speak, and that she was harsh and angry and hurtful. Yes, so she did refer to, and in fact, it made me wonder whether, when I first saw that, I thought, have I just met the aspect of her personality that killed Gannon? And it's a speculation. I don't know, but at the time, she is the one that is most closely allied with violence, as I recall.
Would it be unusual for alters to kind of be distinguishing on who they allowed themselves to be presented to? Like, for example, I mean, would an alter maybe less willing to come out to different evaluators?
I think that's probably a general statement you could say. But I can't say anything terribly useful about.
What did she describe to you about? Oh, let me back this up. Did she also describe, and you also see evidence in her medical records of possible traumatic brain injuries?
Yes.
There was a car crash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was also a time where a bookshelf fell out.
I'm gonna check this leading.
Oh, I'm going to allow it because it seems like it's foundational at this point and it's leading up to something.
And medical reports where a bookshelf had fallen on her head and she had lost consciousness for 15 minutes.
My recollection of that was, I don't recall the medical part of it so much as I believe that she was in her teacher mode. She is quite an amazing young woman in this way, in that she's not stupid. And there are times when she seems to be able to function as a teacher or whatever. And I believe that she was in a classroom, kids had left, and I think that a bookshelf fell down on the back of her head. She fell down, and I believe she lost consciousness. And so it was a fairly severe injury to her head.
Could you talk about her description of the kind of the events leading up to Gannon's death?
Which one?
Yeah. Or the events that she related to you?
You know, it's hard for me to distinguish which I read and which she related to me because they did kind of go together. She gave some of the most peculiar descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon. That, for example, at one point he's missing; she doesn't know where he is, and then at another point, a man named Eduardo comes in, rapes her, and I believe absconds with Gannon. And at another time, she talks about, I think that he was a pedophile, somebody whom she had Googled, had somehow found on the internet. And I think that that he was one of the people who had absconded with or who had harmed Gannon. There were numerous, you'd say almost mindless descriptions of what might have happened to this child. And what puzzled me was when you talk with her, and as if you've seen any of the pictures of her tapes, this is not a stupid girl. She is intelligent. She is in certain phases, certain states. She is able to reason, apparently logically, and to speak clearly and coherently. And yet she makes up the darndest stories that no ordinary person of below average intelligence would expect to be believed. So that, excuse me, there is a puzzle. Do you know, after I thought about all of it together, I thought, I don't think she knows what happened. I don't think she knows. And I think that, as asked at different times, this is what came into her head and this is what she produced. But I don't think she knows for sure what happened.
Could that be confabulation?
Confabulation is, confabulation is when you have no memory for what happened. It's commonest in alcoholism and things like that, where the brain has been damaged in such a way that memory is impaired. And then many alcoholics will just ramble on and on about something and will give a story, and they will fill in parts that they can't remember. And they maybe don't even know that they're filling it in. And so her saying this could be a form of confabulation. I don't know whether at the time that she says these things, she believes them, because to you or to me, they make no sense. They're silly.
Did she, back to the events and questions and how she was describing it to you, what did she describe symptoms that could, or experiences or perceptions that could be similar to psychosis?
Oh, I would say similar to that, by definition, would be categorized as psychotic.
Could you talk a little about those?
Sure. Well, one of the commonest psychotic symptoms that we're all familiar with from books, TV, would be, let's say, hearing voices, or let's say talking to people that are not there. And well, at least to my understanding, psychosis is a belief that someone has that most normal people do not have. It can be a perception. It can be hearing something that none of us hear. It can be believing something. It can be a kind of paranoid belief or what have you that doesn't make sense. It can be an auditory sound that you don't hear. And she not only could tell about talking to different beings that were not there, but she puzzled things up a bit, because she also, I believe, talked to God. And there are a lot of us here, probably in this room, who at times have thought that, gee, we talked to God, or we thought we had an answer, or we wished we did, or we didn't. So that you can't simply say that her having talked to God was a psychotic symptom. It may well have been. What I found more convincing in terms of her psychotic symptoms were things that she didn't tell me about, but I read through I guess they were kind of nursing or guards notes from the correctional institution where she was.
The jail.
From jail. And there were several times that different caretakers of one sort or another looked in the room and found her talking to someone who was not there. And this was not as though, as far as I knew, she didn't know anyone was watching her, or she wasn't performing for the galleries, that she was talking with somebody, and there was nobody else there. And there were several episodes like this, and those are psychotic symptoms. In dissociation, you get this when it's very common for an individual to hear alternates talking with each other, or talking to him, or talking to her. So that I think that the kind of auditory hallucination that you often associate with, say, schizophrenia, it has a more physiological, a more biochemical quality, and also it's often treated with medication that tells you that something is going on that is responsive to chemical intervention. This is different from hearing dissociated entities talking with each other. And that, as far as I know, that doesn't respond to medication.
Did she, well, how did she describe, do you recall, how kind of Gannon starting the fire and how that kind of impacted her state?
I was a bit confused by it, so I'm not positive. I can only share with you what I remember. I think there was a candle on the floor. Sure. And I think that some of the carpet burned. And this is separate. There was a different fire at another time that apparently really traumatized her, but we're talking about Gannon at this time. And I believe that she also said that Eduardo was the carpet fixer, perhaps even he helped put out the fire, I don't recall, and that then there was an attempt to cover up the fire that had occurred. But I think that she thought that he had started it with a candle.
Do you recall her describing after the candle fire incident, it was at that time she started having visions of her stepdad, James, being alive and her seeing him? Being alive and her seeing her stepdad, James.
I don't recall that it was that time particularly. There were times that she saw him. I think there was a time she was driving a car and she was on the highway and she saw some very large figure, but I can't recall that was specifically the time she.
Well, that would have been the next Monday that her and Gannon were driving, and you recall her describing that she actually saw James on the side of the road at that point in time.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Say, rephrase.
Do you recall anything about her, any visualizations or something that could be a visual hallucination that she recalled that occurred in the day or so after the fire?
Yes, I recall that I thought it was out the car window that they were driving, and I thought it was a large figure of some sort. There's also, she had a visual hallucination of some entity with a cape. These are hallucinations, and because she sees them, the rest of us do not see them. That has to be considered a psychotic symptom because it is beyond reality, or the reality that we know. She did have episodic psychotic states.
Was it at all of significance to you that the excuse when she called herself into work that early Monday morning, that it was the excuse she said was, my stepdad has been killed in a car crash?
This I categorize in my own brain as one of her least believable concoctions of what happened or what must have happened. To the best of my knowledge, this stepdad had died perhaps 8 years prior to that, and yet she was going to his funeral that day. Surely this is, first of all, it would be stupid if she were a stupid girl. She's not stupid. To give that as an explanation as why she can't do this or why she can go there. There is something about the way her mind is working then that is distorted and is not in touch with reality. I can't tell you whether this is part of a dissociative episode, or another psychiatrist might want to call it a separate psychotic episode. I think you had some psychiatrists who diagnosed a borderline personality, and many psychiatrists who think about borderline states, think about episodic psychoses. And certainly I couldn't argue with interpreting that as an episodic psychosis.
Do you recall her switching and talking to you in the persona of Maria?
Yes.
And you recall what Maria told you about what happened to Gannon?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall Maria, well, not necessarily what happened to Gannon, but Maria shooting somebody who she perceived as a Cape person?
You know, I'm gonna object this to leading. She just said she can't remember and the council's leading her.
Well, that's true. You do have to ask the other question of would it help to refresh your recollection? And you can use anything to refresh your recollection, but it did not say that you saying that would refresh your recollection. So you need to ask that question.
Would me describing what Maria said refresh your recollection?
I think if I read what Maria said, I would that would refresh my recollection. But I do not recall exactly that. I can recall my own thinking around that time where I thought, was she in the state of Maria when she killed Gannon? And there was something about the way in which this was depicted to me where I thought, my goodness, have I met the killer alter? And so there was something about the way in which she spoke of this that led me to think that I had very likely met the most violent and most dangerous alter.
Such a second. If looking possibly at a summation of the video help you at all?
Well, I could look at it and I will tell you if it does.
Is it something I haven't discovered? Can we take an afternoon break so I can look at this? This is apparently only one copy.
Okay. We can fix that during the break too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our break until
good, because my
3:25.
thumbs are
I can
getting
have everyone
tired.
Back in the jury room, 3:25. We should be able to start at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among
There are
yourself.
so
Don't
many
discuss the case with
things
anyone else. Don't
going
do
on
your
in
own
the
independent
chat,
research
but
about
then
any
I was
aspect of the case. We'll see you
responding
back at
to
3:25. All rise for the jury, please.
la-di-la. Oh my God, I thought I shut it off. Did I?
Just one page.
Where did my windows go? I got too many windows open here. Where did the other one go? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where'd you go? Where did it go? Oh my God.
What?
I said, thank you.
Oh, sure. It's just a summary of the. You may all be seated. Dr. Lewis, do you need any help getting down or any assistance?
So far, so good.
Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then.
All rise together.
Oh my God, did I lose you people? I can't find it. Oh my God. Let me just double check it's still going. I can hear it in my ears, but for the love of God, I can't find it in the windows. Do I have 2 Chrome windows open? Does it matter? Do you care? Is it connected to my iPad? Oh my God. Oh, okay. At least it's still working. I can see my head. I never knew my forehead was so tall. But I do have to find where it is. Where is it? This just sucks. I had to respond because so one of the I don't know if you follow the Alternate Corners YouTube page. He's also on Rumble. Dylan, where is my Streamyard and my YouTube lease. And I'm so confused. There it is. That's so weird. How could it just hide like that? You know, I'm not this dense. I don't know what's going on. God, that light is bright. Namaste. How in the world could a window just like disappear like that? Okay, now I'm hearing a beep. Oh my God. I'm hearing a beep because I just entered my own studio as a second camera. Shit. Okay, I guess none of... Now I can hear an echo. Okay, hopefully I don't lose you. Because now I got to get rid of myself. Oh my God, I found it. What the hell? I don't know where it went. It was hiding. I have 3 monitors. Who God knows. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh, so Dylan apparently got the Rona. And I said, well, I'll start taking some ivermectin. Chrissy, who was, I met through Dylan's Gwyneth Paltrow stream. She got the Rona last week. And she started taking ivermectin. And made some comment like she had a strong craving for like hay or something. It was really funny. So then I asked her kind of like along the same lines. Anyway, so we're caught up. We got 6 minutes to talk here. So I just responded back because in this fantastic book, I was trying to look on what page it was on because I have it on Kindle version that I have most of my notes on, but if I have a hard version, doesn't matter. Something just went crash boom out in the other room. Hope it's not a burglar. Well, it's been nice knowing you if I'm being burgled. That was really loud. Hopefully it's just Poppy knocking shit down. Okay. Well, anyway, I told them in the book, it says, both of them, or Dylan said, I'm feeling better, but I'm still having like this chest congestion and cough. And then Chrissy responded back saying, yeah, she had the same thing. And then this other guy responded that he had gotten it and it took him like a year to get rid of the chest congestion and the cough. Well, in the book, it says if you've got, lingering in the lungs, you're supposed to nebulize either hydrogen peroxide, which I've done since I read the book. It kind of is weird. I mean, it doesn't hurt or anything. Or Lugol's iodine. But I wanted to respond to what you guys are talking about in the chat. Yes. Okay, so right when they were going on break, I was just typing in my little box the fact that Barbara Bush supposedly is the daughter of Aleister Crowley. Now, If you look at the picture of Barbara Bush, because Patriot Polywog and I used to follow the same intelligence board. That's why we're so smart. Right, Patriot Polywog. But yeah, they look exactly the same. Soros, Gates, and what's his face? That was another one I was looking at. Soros, Gates. Well, Gates, I think, is gay. Did you see his wife? She looked like a man. You know who else's wife looks like a man? Look at Chuck Schumer's wife. There's no way that's not a dude. I can't find it now. Oh, and then Dictatorship World is Mayan and German. I wonder how those two cultures connected. Very interesting. Mr. Crowley Ozzy Osbourne. I don't know what that means. Okay. Yes. Patriot Polywog. Barbara Bush kept the fetus of one of their stillborn babies in a jar. Yes, that is totally true. There was an interview somewhere along the line. I can read your chat, but I couldn't find your stupid window. Well, not your stupid window, my stupid window, because I had half of my StreamYard, I had my StreamYard and my YouTube connected on this screen, and then I had my other like Twitter and like stuff I was looking up on this screen, and then this screen is just basically kind of dead because it's down too far. Yeah. Look at Chucky Schumer's wife. I don't know where I was going with this. You know, I get droopy in the afternoon. Oh, and Absurd Beats said something about ADHD. So I told my doctor this morning during my telemed appointment, I said, you know, it's really interesting because the longer I do this, I realize, and actually
So guys,
the guy at the grocery store I was
name's
talking
Mike,
to forever,
and,
or one of
I'm
the
here
guys
to
I was
Stone.
talking to forever.
Today, I'm here to try the Hero Dose from Mood.
I think Court's coming back because I just got a commercial. Yeah, it's got a minute. But I said, you know, the longer I do this, the more I realize how many people are affected by ADD, ADHD. Like I have the ADD part where my brain goes so fast that I can't really make sense out of any of it. But the hyper part, for the most part, I'm pretty like, I don't really think I'm hyper. I'm kind of energetic, I guess. But anyway, my point is, like Emily D. Baker, she talks about her ADHD. Ian Runkle, he talks about his ADHD. But the thing is, in my opinion, and I told this to my doctor and to the guy I talked to at the grocery store, I'm finding that there's a lot of people in the true crime community that are critical thinkers and have ADHD. A lot of the patriots that followed the intel board, that like Patriot Polywog and I,
No, so
also like they're,
that
you
was
don't
me
just
grabbing
take
the
what
mic and
comes
running
out of
all
your
that
TV
with
at
it.
face
Okay.
value or what you
All right.
read or whatever.
Call 20 CR
You take that
1358,
extra
People versus
step
Letitia Stout, record
and go
shooter,
down
chapter
those
3,
rabbit holes.
Is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take
So
up outside
I'm
the
just
presence
starting
of
to
the jury at
think
this
like,
point in
what's the
time?
connection? Why do so many people that are super interesting to talk to
Okay.
have what's
Anything we need to take
considered
up from
like
the
an
defense?
affliction almost,
Prosecution?
or a label?
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
I mean, it's a common denominator, in my opinion. Of course, I didn't get I always thought it was my because my thyroid went wackadoodle after I had that first flu shot. After the U of M is like, oh yeah, if you want to take classes this winter, you have to take a flu shot. My grandma's like, don't do it, don't do it. Those things are poison and they'll ruin you. And she was right. But I didn't get diagnosed with cognitive impairment until like 8 years ago.
Just a minute.
But like I was telling you guys last
We
week,
can agree with them and,
this L-theanine in conjunction with caffeine
Not right now.
Because we're up on.
kind of does that like
like that.
reorganization in your brain where it slows your brain down enough. Again, I was telling my doctor about this morning. She's like, yep, that stuff is great. And it's weird because even though she's the doctor that prescribes me medication, she also, as much as she can, also tells me like what supplements I need to be
This thing
taking.
is sticky, isn't it?
Like the turmeric and ginger, make sure to get the black pepper with it. That helps with inflammation, yada yada. So she's, even though she's a prescribing physician, she does go down that nutritional path, which I just love. And again, another thing I've recognized over the years, especially the last 3 years of this Rona
I think you may all be seated.
stuff,
Will recall 20 CR 1358.
is how many people in the Patriot world, Intel 17
When we took our break, we were in the
board
midst of the
reading
testimony
people
of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume.
are warning about the
Yes,
fluoride
Dr. Lewis, did
in the
that
water,
summary
warning
refresh
about
your recollection at all?
the antibiotics
what
and
the
crap they're
persona Maria
injecting in
had
our
related to you?
chickens and
Yes,
cows and
What
whatnot.
did Maria relate to you?
So they're in that nutritional element too. Warning
What,
about pharmacology.
actually, what is written here is what she
There's a
said.
connection.
Okay, well, do you
Yeah,
recall
shut up now.
independently that?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have, does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is well,
Saying, if you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question, that's what you need to do.
And no, so let me rephrase that then, Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall.
Good thing
the
it dawned
exact
on me
Specifics of what
But I
she
forgot
said,
to switch the view. I
what can
switched
you
the
recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Never mind.
yes, I can't recall the exact specifics because it is disorganized and confused and difficult to remember. But I recall her kind of reassociating all over. And she talks about her grandmother and family shooting things out the window and always needed people to guard funerals. That it had a chaotic quality, and it happened shortly after, as I recall it, shortly after I became aware of her seeming to move into her Maria persona and her more aggressive, more more scary persona, and then it is just rambling and doesn't make sense and incoherent or psychotic.
Now, in fairness, there were other things that you would have liked to have done in your examination. Could you talk a little bit about those? About as far as like an MRI or an EEG?
Correct.
Why would you like those to have been done?
There were aspects of her memory, her behaviors, her descriptions that that are consistent with certain kinds of brain damage. And for example, there are certain things that are so close in terms of dissociation and and neurologic impairment, and let's say what are called psychomotor seizures, where prior to a confused state, or prior to a state where you are aggressive and moving kind of automatically but violently, prior to this, there's often a state of wooziness and dizziness, which, as I recall, she described. And following these kinds of episodes, the individual, and this is with what are called complex partial seizures, but also it can be with dissociation, the person does not have any memory of what occurred. First, there is what is called an
Yes,
aura.
Patriot Polywog.
Then
After the
things
defense
happen.
is done,
Very
we're
often
talking
they
to
can
her,
be
then
aggressive things. They can be repetitive
prosecution
things.
will cross-examine
And
her. I have some
subsequent to
questions.
that, the person does not remember them or remembers them in a confused fashion. And
And
the
then
reason
defense will
that
have an
I would
opportunity
like very
to
much to
redirect.
have been able to investigate that is, if it were, let's say if we were able to get the electroencephalograms that I would like to have had done, if indeed you saw that at a certain point, what were normal electrical activity changed and the rhythm
Absurd
changed.
Beats, I asked the
and
guy at the
things
grocery
were
store today to join
off
me in a
and,
future,
were not the way we normally think.
not a live stream, but like
and
maybe an
then it ceased.
live
If you
episode
could
of
combine
after the
that,
trial's
because
over.
that would have been signs
Because
of
I was
abnormal
telling him
brain
about
activity.
the fire, James, chapter 3,
and
3 for verse 5, what she
then
quoted
it would have
Letitia
been very
in the verse.
possible,
And so
very
he
likely
gave me
that
like a 10-minute
during the time at which
description today. It was
at
cool.
which Maria or an entity of Letitia, whatever it be, that during this time when the child was being stabbed, that her brain was in an altered state, and that there is no way in hell that she could have stopped what she was doing. And the other thing is, she would not remember it. And a classic part of Maria's situation is she doesn't remember what happened. I'm not even convinced she knows she did it. And she certainly can give a variety of what you've called like confabulations, just kind of wild stories where her head just goes in different directions. I think that if you could have documented this, there is treatment for it. Whereas we're in a lot more trouble when we're dealing only with a dissociative identity disorder. That's a very tough one to treat. It takes a certain amount of experience, talent, what have you, and investment for a long period of time. So that it matters if you find out that this is what's going on in the brain and you can target it with something to improve it, you're going to see a difference in her whole behavior.
And it was frustrating to you that I was unable to line that up for us, correct?
Your relevance.
Overruled.
It was frustrating that I wasn't able to make the EEG happen for you, correct?
More than frustrating.
And just so that the jury knows, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid for your time.
Not yet, but I hope so.
Okay. You're being paid by the state agency that I work for.
In theory.
In theory, hopefully. And the agreement is to be paid at $300 an hour.
I thought it was $350 an hour.
Okay. I'll have to talk with my supervisors about that. But that's a discount from what you would normally charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Despite not having the EEG or the MRI, in your report, you indicated that Ms. Stout was one of the most mentally ill people you'd ever come across.
Yes, the most complex.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. The more I study her and the more I remember what happened and go over it, she has such a variety of different signs, symptoms, and behaviors. She has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors of a dissociative identity disorder. She also, if you follow the material, if as you recall, I could not remember it clearly. If you follow the parts that I couldn't remember, they're confused. They make no sense. They are psychotic. They're incomprehensible by an ordinary human being. And if they were to be read aloud to you, you would not make head or tail of them. So that I find this complicated. And it would have helped me if I could have at least eliminated or included a particular central nervous system dysfunction that I could deal with. It's always fun for a doctor to be able to treat and to be able to make something better. And so far we're not able to do that.
Despite that, are you able to come with an expert opinion regarding her sanity at the time of the death of Gannon?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I think that she was that assuming that this area is about the time that Gannon was killed.
Yes.
She was psychotic at the time. She was not in touch with reality, and she did not. I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't know whether she even knew what she was doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Sean.
Mr. Young?
What's the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, Doctor?
Oh, I believe that you must know the nature of what you have done and that it was wrong, and that also I think that you do add on a bit of the Durham decision, which has to do with if you cannot control your behaviors, such as to comply with the requisites of law, I believe that that is also part of an insanity defense here.
Did you look at the statute regarding insanity for the state of Colorado prior to rendering an opinions in this case?
I did, but I would have to look at it again to look at it. And I've also discussed it with others, which is why I added the Durham decision and the ability to conform your behavior, because to my mind, in many courts where I've testified, that is no longer accepted. But it was my understanding from the attorney that that is also an aspect of insanity, the inability to conform your behavior to what is required by law.
Is that the aspect that you used in rendering your opinions in this case?
That is only one of the aspects.
Well, tell us the elements. This is what you're here for. You're here to testify that this defendant was saying at the time she committed this crime. I'd like you to explain to the jury now what law you used in rendering that opinion.
Would you permit me to read it, and I will tell you what aspects of it I
You're the expert,
concentrated
Doctor.
on. By and large, I used the McNaughton definition of whether the person knew the nature of what he or she was doing and that it was wrong. And so that was my, that was my orientation. And then I was pleased to learn from the attorneys that also the inability to conform one's behavior to the requirements of law was also part of the definition in Colorado. the accuracy of that, I don't know, but we have discussed it, and I've said that I was surprised. I was unaware that in the other states, that since the Reagan shooting, I had thought that most of that was not any longer recognized, but I was told by the attorneys that that was one of the other factors that played a role.
As you sit here right now, do you know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado?
If you would show me the,
Patriot Polywog,
you know,
this is
show
the
me as it is written out, I will tell you whether this is what I used. I can't say it to you verbatim, but the idea has to do with whether you knew the nature of
prosecution
what you were doing
team.
and that
Sorry.
it was wrong.
Well, clearly you have experience in testifying in criminal cases. You said 100 or 200 times, right?
Right.
And so you know that when you write a report, that report comes to the prosecution, it comes to the defense, it goes to the court, correct?
Yes, usually.
And in your report, you want to put what the legal definition of insanity is in the state of Colorado, because that's what you're here for. That's what you're here to testify about, correct?
When you have written a complete report with all of the data that you require to come to that conclusion, and then try to go word by word with the definition, yes, you would try to use that. Here we were using as much data as we could get, and again, if I'm mistaken and it is not an understanding of the nature of what the person is doing and that it is wrong, then I've made an error.
Well, this is what you say about insanity in your report. You say, based upon the evidence that I reviewed, in my opinion, Ms. Stock was insane at the time of the homicide and the days following, period.
That's right. And I believe that at the time she was psychotic. And whether you use the McNaughton definition, whether you use the Durham decision or a variation of it, she was psychotic at the time. I believe she did not know what she was doing. I'm not certain she even knows that she did do it now as we speak.
Okay.
And that it was wrong is, if she doesn't know that she did it, the question of whether or not she knows it is wrong is, is something that can be debated. But I think that she does not appreciate the nature of what she did, or that it was wrong, and that she is guilty of having murdered Gannon.
So she's guilty of having murdered Gannon, but she's legally insane as well? Is that what you're saying?
I think that she murdered Gannon. I shouldn't use the word guilty. She murdered Gannon. Again, I think you're teasing me a bit. If you would just rephrase that, I can tell you whether, because you're making me feel, gee, maybe there's a totally different definition here. But from our discussions recently about this, what had struck me most about Colorado was that you also included an inability to conform one's behavior to what was required by law. I don't know if that's wrong, but this is what I discussed with her attorneys, and part of at least what I have gone by. In addition, I believe that she did not know the nature of what she was doing.
But you knew when you came here, you're coming to Colorado, you knew that your opinion would be applied to the law in Colorado, and you knew this jury here would be listening to your opinion to see if what you had to say made sense. with the
dictatorship
law.
world. I have
Yes.
opinions on this woman
You've
too.
done that to
We will
100 to 200
discuss.
times, correct?
I would guess,
And
yeah.
I've read your other reports. In your other reports, you define what insanity is in that particular state, and you
Even though my
explain in your
heart-
report why you think
in my
someone was
heart,
legally insane
I should like
at
her
the
because
time
she's
based on the law. Why did you not
even
do
her
that
voice
in
sounds
this
like my
case?
grandma.
I would have to look at the definition, and I'm sure once I look at it, I can tell you why I did not use the exact words that that perhaps are there. What a reason why in plain English I did not, I believe she was insane, is that she is psychotic. When someone is psychotic, they are out of contact with reality. They do not know the nature of what they are doing, whether it is right, wrong, or indifferent. And she is and was psychotic, and therefore she was insane. If you wish to give that a different flourish or something different about it, I very much doubt that what I'm saying to you will conflict with what you're saying. Is there some reason that her being psychotic and not knowing right from wrong or what she was doing, that this is not insanity in your state?
Did you write this report, Doctor?
Of course I wrote the report. I wrote, this is not a complete report. I wrote, I wrote it, sent it, and had it typed. Yes.
Who typed it?
I cannot tell you who typed it.
Who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Mr. Tellini.
What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
You have them.
And I'm asking you a question, Doctor. What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
I sent him a brief report. Initially, there was an early title that is a preliminary psychiatric impression, and then subsequently modified it to try to include anything that I had left out. If after he saw my initial report, if I had left anything out that I thought should be there.
What you left out in your initial report was your opinion with regards to insanity, correct?
In my initial communication with him, absolutely. I gave him what I had up until then.
And you requested in your initial evaluation that you wanted an MRI done, an EEG done, as well as a neuropsych exam with several tests that you listed in your report, correct?
Right?
And you wanted those done before you rendered an opinion as to insanity in the state of Colorado, correct?
I wanted it before I testified, yes.
And none of those items got done.
No.
Yet you still issued a second report claiming that she's insane without any definition of why she's insane.
Well, I gave you the definition that she is psychotic and gave you the data to show it, but I did not write it in the form in which I would if I had all of those data to include in it. And I did not have them. And, I could not include what, as it was my understanding that the court refused to finance the EEG and the MRI and the neuropsychological testing. So I gave you as much as I could from what.
Let's talk about that. On October 13th, 2022, you were scheduled to come testify to this court about why you wanted an EEG and MRI done, correct? You recall that?
No. What, say that again?
Do you not recall being asked to come testify with regards to why you needed an EEG done and an MRI done in this case?
Prosecutors trying to make her look
I
confused.
do not know what you are referring to. I have no idea
i.e.
what you're,
old,
what
can't
you're
remember.
referring to, because
you-
I
were-
would have been pleased to at least talk on the phone to the judge or whatever. I begged to have these things done. I can only tell you that. And I would have spoken to anyone who wanted to talk to me about it.
Well, you were contacted well before February 2022 on this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And you were contacted before Ms. Stout pled not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
Right.
And she pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th of 2022, correct?
I'm assuming your dates are correct. Yeah.
And you didn't do anything on this evaluation until November of 2022?
I worked as hard as I could to get these. In fact, I called the neurologist for free, Dr. James Marikangas, to discuss the case because I could not get funding from this court to get these tests done. So I called and discussed it with him. I contacted Catherine Yeager, Dr. Yeager, the neuropsychologist with whom I've worked for 30 years, and worked with her and spoke with her and got as much data as I possibly could. And I begged her attorneys to get this. And their answer was that the court would not pay for those tests to be done. I had never heard, in fact, I said, I've never heard of this before, but it did not occur to me to pick up the phone and to call the judge. I didn't even know who the judge was, but I was told I could not get this and that I must get something in by then. So I didn't even call my initial contact a complete report on it. Well, I'm trying to see what I called it. I called it initial, I think initial
Stormy Joe,
psychiatric
yes,
impression.
I think.
Right, yeah, because you wanted that information before
I
you
have the
rendered an
storm
opinion
with
as to
absolute
insanity,
1776.
correct?
That is true.
I don't think so.
And,
But Stormy Joe,
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like the court to take judicial notice that on October 13,
I don't know if I found him
2022,
again on Twitter,
the
but
request to
I
have an EEG
followed
done,
him
an
on
MRI done by
Telegram for a long
defense
time.
was withdrawn, and we did not go to hearing on that.
Mr. Tellini, defense position? Court will take judicial notice that on October 13 of 2022, the defense withdrew its request for an EEG in this case,
As well as MRI.
as well as an MRI.
Were you ever told that?
Patriot
This is
Polywog,
news
look
to
at how
me
many
right
people are
now.
watching right now. Thank you to
And of
everyone
course,
on Rumble
if
for
this would have
joining
been
us.
done, it would have been 3 years after the crime happened.
It would have been later, yes.
And so there'd be a gap between the time of the crime and the time the MRI and EEG were done.
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened in the jail within that time period that may have caused damage to Ms. Stauch's head.
This is just speculative. It would have been extremely helpful to get those data and then to see whether they looked like the kind of material that was something that would have.
Manscaped is so much more than a ball trimmer company.
Men's grooming has gotten so much easier with Manscaped.
I just got a match on an unnamed.
I've described what I know about the case and I've given you my opinion.
Why am I getting an ad for
Despite what
Manscaped?
you wrote in your book,
Why?
guilty by reason of insanity. You're familiar with your book, right? That it's easy to fake mental illnesses, especially when it comes to dissociative identity disorder. And that's why you want collateral information like an MRI or an EEG to corroborate, correct?
It's not exactly correct.
Yeah,
You don't
Badlands
get that
Media
to
is where
corroborate,
Red Pill 78 hangs out a lot of
dissociative
times.
Identity disorder, no. You get that to
And
corroborate
Badlands Media talks about devolution,
neurologic or neuropsychological
which I
impairment.
still don't quite understand.
No, you don't get that for dissociation.
Page 108. You've probably heard this a million times when you testified, I would imagine, right?
I don't know, you'd have to read me.
Okay.
I don't-
Let me read it to you. Psychiatry, as every prosecutor who has ever cross-examined me has never hesitated to point out, is a soft discipline compared with the harder medical discipline of, say, neurology. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah,
There it
I'm
is.
not sure. I think the reason I haven't
The
read up
difference
on it is
between
because I'm not.
neurology and psychiatry
it totally
is
makes sense.
analogous in some ways to the difference between hard neurologic signs and soft neurologic signs. Sound familiar?
Yes, go ahead.
An MRI shows abnormal mass in the brain. The EEG shows localized spike and wave complexes. In other words, evidence of brain damage is clear. Remember saying that?
Or I should have said of brain dysfunction. I said of brain damage.
Yeah. You said evidence of brain damage is clear.
Correct. Should say of brain dysfunction.
Okay.
Again, is he trying to
What did you
discredit
mean
her?
by that? Is that why you wanted the MRI and the EEG?
Of course.
Having her disagree with her own statement?
You would not get a special, as I said to the jury, you would not get a special MRI or EEG based on a dissociative disorder. If, however, you do get this abnormal MRI or EEG, you then start looking in another direction and you start thinking, not only may we have dissociation, but there is some kind of documented brain dysfunction. It's operating differently. And so you would like that because you would have, Mr. Tellini would have a lot easier case if he were able to document that a lot of her signs, symptoms, and behaviors are the result of abnormal electrical activity. And or, as in a recent case that I did early, I think last
And Doctor, I'm
fall,
going to stop you there. Let me stop you there, Doc.
Okay, since we're like basically right on top of these people, I'm just going to pause it for a second to say, yes, dictatorship world. So the prosecuting attorney here is speaking verbatim what she wrote on her report. Her report said brain damage, and her just a minute or so ago said, well, it's brain dysfunction. Did I say that? And he goes, yes, I'm reading it right here, brain damage. And she's like, no, it's brain dysfunction. So again, kind of going to the, I have no doubt of her credentials. I am sure she is super smart in studying people and their behavior and diagnosing people. I have no doubt Letitia has something fucked up in her head. But I go all the way back to the day Gannon was murdered, or a couple days beforehand, with all her googly searches, is the first time that she exhibited behavior from whether it was a softball injury or the bookshelf falling on her head, where she took another human life. And nobody up until that point thought that she was dysfunctioned enough to maybe have her seek help. These are questions. So, like I said, I think this doctor is very credible, but for her to come up here and I don't know where I'm going with this.
Because I want to stick to my questions here, okay? The EEG or MRI could have showed nothing as well, right? No brain damage.
That's right.
And that would also help you in forming your opinion as well, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly would not have confirmed a neurologic,
naive,
a documented neurologic dysfunction.
And so all you had to go on is really Ms. Stauch's self-reporting to you in the forensic interview that you conducted.
I'm not even sure if naive is the right word, but maybe gullible. Because I even wrote in my notes, is it common for only one psychotic episode to happen after head trauma? How long after brain injury do these types of behaviors manifest? The fact that she's having hallucinations, okay, but those are self-reported and there's nobody to corroborate. Is there even evidence she was hit on the head with a bookshelf? She also called Letitia, she's the most complex person she's studied. I agree that, maybe not the most, but a very complex person. But again, her behavior never rose suspicion in 36 years. And then she kept saying repeatedly, you know, she's not a stupid girl, or she's not a stupid woman. She's not stupid. Almost like the tone like I would say that to my daughter when she was 7 and got 1 out of 10 right on a spelling test. You know, honey, you are really smart. You just had a bad day. Like, that's how she talked to her. And, because Absurd Beats said she's naive, the doctor. And again, I think she's very well credentialed. I think she's super smart. Like I say, she reminds me of my grandma. My grandma knew everything about nutrition. Her specialty was cancer patients. So cancer patients would come to her, and in some cases, she saved their life or extended it way beyond what a medical doctor could have ever done. So no doubt that this woman is super smart, and she can diagnose people after the fact. And that Letitia has something seriously wrong with her. But again, I don't buy it that she didn't exhibit these extreme behaviors to the point where somebody along the line, like her husband or somebody, would have said, you know what? You are so fucked up. You need to go see a doctor, or I'm going to leave you. I mean, I don't know. So again, like when Letitia self-reports that she has hallucinations, all these personalities, again, you know, this doctor, in my opinion, is maybe she's just gullible to believe her. I know, this is so confusing. Is that not how you spell it? Naive? I don't even know how to spell naive. And honestly, I don't know. I think it's N-I-A. I don't know. Yeah, Patriot Polywog says something snapped for sure, but doesn't seem like it was a cumulative mental disease. Dictator says she's like 99 years. Yeah, but some of the smartest people in the world are old. Look at POTUS 45. He's almost 80, and he's smart as a whip. Crazy like a fox. Yeah, gullible. She's mental chicken oriental. See, in the afternoon, I just get like punchy. So anyway, I just had to stop and say that. Tell me what your thoughts are. Do you think this doctor, albeit super smart and probably, like, I can see her stepping into the picture to like diagnose someone who's seriously like Letitia after the fact. But I don't buy the fact that this doctor seems to think that she knew Letitia was insane according to the statute at the time she killed Gannon. I think this woman can diagnose a person, but I don't think she can diagnose what, like, preceding that. I think she's good about saying, okay, here's the symptoms, and observing and asking the questions and doing the tests and then coming up with a diagnosis. I think she's beautiful for that. Anyway, that's my thought. Okay, back. Should we put it in 1.25 just so we can make sure to catch up? Because who knows, I might stop it again. Just kidding.
Well, that's simple. I can't go along with that. That's all we had. But we did not have the additional neuropsychological and neurological data that I would very much have liked, and I would still like. And I had no idea that
yes,
this ever was
esoteric.
drawn. It was my idea, or it was my understanding that the court had refused to
once
grant
I get
the
to know
funding
someone, I
to
can
have
let them
these
in
things done,
to
which
the
in my
Streamyard. Sure.
experience is a first.
Well, now you
Not
know
a
what happened,
stranger,
though, so why do you
'cause
keep saying? You
in
know
my
what
world,
happened.
stranger
The
danger.
court just took judicial notice that the defense withdrew their request.
I know what you're telling me, but it would be presumptuous for me to say, I know now. You've put me in the middle of a debate that I can't enter into.
$350 an hour. You now know you're being paid $300 an hour.
75 if I'm traveling or whatever.
Again, every
So
time they
it's,
ask this question,
How many hours have you billed on this case?
does it really matter if
I
it's
don't know.
$300,
I have not
$350,
even-
$3,000 an hour? Does that
I
even
don't know.
matter?
Why did Mr. Cellini contact you? Did he tell you?
I gotta go get more water. Maybe I'll
I
get a
assume
beer.
because he thought that I was
Kind of having one of those
reputable and
days, maybe. I don't
experienced in
know.
this field. I think he also became aware that I existed because of the documentary that was done on my work and my life.
About dissociative identity disorder?
No, about all of my work.
When you advised him that you felt there was enough evidence for the defendant to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, what did you base that on?
I based that on, probably in my own head, I based it on the McNaughton rule, which would be that she did not know the nature of what she had done, and or that it was wrong. And also subsequently, after discussing it with Mr. Tellini, based on the Durham decision that she did not have control over what she was doing, that she could not conform her behavior to that which the law required.
How did you know that back in February of 2022 when you hadn't interviewed her until November of 2022?
I'm sorry, we'd have to look over what I had looked at and what I had, what I had reviewed up to the time. And I'm sorry, I can't give you the dates of the weekend.
Well, did you review anything prior to talking to Mr. Cellini for the first time about the defendant changing her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity?
I'm not aware of his having changed a plea. No, I assumed, in fact, when he called me, that he thought that probably that there was an insanity defense here. And I did not think that he had one. He was pleading not guilty first and then changed it to NGRO. I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, it isn't that I don't remember. It's that I assumed when he called me that he suspected that there was that she was suffering from a severe mental disorder that conformed to the criteria for insanity.
And when that happens, you had done hundreds of forensic evaluations with a lot of people who are on death row, some serious big-time murderers. Is that fair? There's a difference between a death penalty case and a homicide case, correct?
Yes.
Death penalty people are the worst of the worst?
Oh, it depends on what your state is like. No, it doesn't depend on the worst of the worst. It depends on what the law is in your state and the humanity of your state. It doesn't depend on the worst of the worst.
So people who kill and commit serious crimes are usually charged with death penalty cases. Is that fair?
Say that once more.
You tell me. What's the difference between a normal homicide case and a death penalty case?
Where the state in which you commit your offense.
Well, tell us about the people you evaluated on death row. What kind of crimes did they commit?
Murder.
What kind of murders?
It varied from probably the most common thing. It would have been like a grocery store murder where somebody got kind of upset, hung up, and shot a clerk. They were a death sentence did not correspond to the grisliness of a murder.
Well, in your opinion, a death sentence never responds to the grisliness of any murder, correct?
No, I do. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
I beg your pardon?
Are you pro death penalty?
I really try not to take a position on it. I just kind of call the shots as I see them in terms of the, of the offense and what the person did. But I do not take a political stance. I don't think I ever have.
And as a matter of fact, you've always been contacted by defense attorneys to do these evaluations, correct?
Not always, but usually.
Have you ever been contacted by a prosecutor to come in and say, testify as an expert?
Yeah, when I worked at the court clinic, and I testified for the court. When I was the head of the court clinic, I was testifying for the, for the state. And when I worked at Bellevue, when I was asked to evaluate, I was testifying by and large for the city. If I testified
back in the 60s and 70s, 1960, 1970s.
Oh no, 2003. I finally, after 20 years of commuting, I stopped commuting there. But no, it was up until 2003.
Have you ever done an evaluation on someone on death row and said, you know what, no issues here, the death sentence should go forward?
It is not up to me. I've never been asked that, so I've never had to.
Well, have you ever done an evaluation that says, I find no mental disease or defect in this individual?
Yep.
Tell me about that. Who was that?
I don't remember the name, though I believe that I spoke to Mr. Tellini about it. And by God, it turned out that the guy hadn't done it. But
This is someone who didn't even do the crime?
right, but his attorney did not believe it. And it turned out, I learned ages later that it was dropped and that he had not committed the crime.
He did an evaluation and said there's no mental illness involved in this person?
I did. And I should tell you that, may I expand on that a little bit?
Sure, it'd be nice to know the name so we can confirm.
I don't know the name. I think it was Chicago. I was going to tell you about finding this person who had simply not committed the murder. I'm sorry, I don't think I have anything to add to that, except
Okay,
that did happen.
We'll move on if you're okay with that. You all right?
Right.
Okay. You talk about the first time you experienced dissociative identity disorder in your book, Guilty by Reason of Insanity. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And you describe it being a really a life-changing experience for you, correct?
Well, it was an eye-opener.
In fact, you even wrote that looking back on other evaluations, you probably missed it. You probably missed diagnosing several inmates with dissociative identity disorder based on what you did on this particular individual.
Right, and I think I explained to the jury, I have no question, I have made my mistakes.
Do you remember that individual's name?
Marie Moore?
I'm sorry?
Marie Moore?
Marie Moore. And you talk about Marie Moore in your book. You remember that?
Very well.
You want to describe what you write in your book about how you discovered that she had another persona?
Is that?
I can, why don't I ask you if this is consistent? So you're interviewing her and she's committed a horrible crime and you're trying to get to whatever mental illnesses she might have. You suspect that she might have dissociative identity disorder based on what her attorney tells you. Is that correct?
I don't suspect it. I am told it. I don't suspect it. And I made several phone calls to people who knew a lot more than I. I believe one was Cluft, who is, I think, the country's, well, one of the national, experts in this. And I called colleagues and discussed the case with them. And I thought, I just don't, I haven't seen this and I don't know if it exists, but okay, because the attorney asked me whether I would do this. And I did. If you want me to explain what happened, how I discovered it. Yeah.
Okay.
I beg your pardon?
Between the two of us, I think we'll get out what happened. But going into it, you had quite a bit of skepticism, even though the attorney is telling you they got multi-personality disorders, because that's what it's called at that time.
What they said was that some people thought that she may have this, and they said that people that she had spoken to, kids who were around where she lived, said that at times she sounded like a man and that she asked to be called Billy. That was what they knew. And that's what they told me. And so they said, Dr. Lewis, while you're seeing her, check up on multiple personality disorder. And I thought, right. I thought I had never seen it and I didn't think I would. And so I did go to see her and I could find nothing that quite went along with what I understood this week.
And you're asking, hey, I want to talk to Billy. Can Billy talk to me? Or words that
No. I don't think I'll tell you what I remember. This is about 100 years ago.
This is back in the 1980s, just so, is that fair?
84 or 86. Yeah. Well, that tells you how long it took me to even think maybe this could be it. But I asked her, based on all these very wise people I had consulted, I asked her whether, I said to her, there are people who say that sometimes you want to be called Billy or what have you. And she said, yes, people have told me this, but I don't know. And I said, many people who have been through the kinds of things that you've been through, many people have been bothered, like sexually by other people or whatever. Has anything like this ever happened to you, whatever? No, Dr. Lewis, never. Nothing like this ever happened to me. So finished, done with evaluation. But no, it did not happen. And no one ever did this. And we talked, and I do need to see a patient more than once and for a while. So I said, I really need to leave now. There was an investigator had driven me out and put his head in the door and said, we have to leave. And I said, Marie, I'm so sorry, but I have to leave now. And, but I will come back and I will talk to you again. And she said, don't leave. She said, there's something I have to tell you, very much as I'm telling you. And so I sat. I do have endless patience when time has, does not just stop at the end of an hour. So I waited and I said, I just can't stay. I have a lift. I have to go. Marie, I will come back. And I promise you we'll talk somewhere. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And so I waited. And then, as is my wont, I picked up my little yellow pad. And because the guy was waiting outside. And I said, I'll be back, Marie. We'll talk again. But I have to leave. I got up and stood up, walked toward the door, put my hand on the doorknob and opened the door. And behind me, a voice said, don't go. And it was chilling. And, I turned around. And by the way, I thought she and I looked a bit alike. They were in the days of the big glasses. And, you kind of looked pretty simple with big, full glasses. And I turned around, and instead of this kind of wimpy looking girl with the glasses looking at me, she had changed, and she was sitting with her legs towards the door, her hands on her knees, and, in a masculine kind of look. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And she put out her hand, and I put out mine, and I took hers, and I said, Billy? And she said, yes. And I said, wait a minute. And because I was scared,
It didn't dawn
I
on her
had
that
seen
she's
this before.
faking it.
And Doctor, if I can just stop you there, just so I
Yeah.
can have the record to be clear. So when you're referring to things that Billy said, you're using a male voice.
Yes, I'm
And-
imitating it as much as I can.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just want the record to reflect that. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sometimes better at it than, but it was this harsh kind of thing. And I kept the door open, and I don't remember the man's name. I said, Mr. So-and-so, don't go. There's someone that needs to meet you. I really meant there's someone I need in here to kind of protect me. And the investigator came in and sat, and he said hello, and he said, Billy. I forget who said which first. And he sat down, and then we talked a bit. And I guess he had said Billy, or I said Billy, and he said yes. And I then asked some of the same questions that I had asked before. And I said to, if memory serves, I said, Billy, when I was talking with Marie, and she said that so-and-so had never bothered her sexually. I said, did anything ever happen to Marie or whatever? And
Hi,
says, the only way I can
oppositions
talk about it
work.
is saying
Welcome
Billy. And Billy said, I said, did the father ever do anything? And she said,
Oppositions work
oh,
is
he
my
did.
Twitch follower.
And she said, when she was, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4, he put pencils in her rectum. When she was, I believe he said 12. When she was 12, he had sex with her.
Yeah,
It had been denied.
Oppositions. Oh,
Marie
see?
had absolutely denied this. I could have left there, decided that the attorneys were crazy, and I was not, and left, but this happened. And
See, oppositions
so,
works on the same page as we
after
are
talking
over
a
on the
bit with her, I
Rumbles.
said, we do have to go now, and but I will come back, and I will see you again. And I did come back, and I did see her again.
And you eventually diagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder or multi-personality disorder, as it was called.
Well, multiple personality disorder was what the term was then, but it was pretty convincing.
So how many diagnoses?
There was one other thing that went on there.
I don't want to move on from that. I think the jury gets a picture of what that evaluation was, but needless to say, that was the first diagnosis that you made, multi-personality disorder, which is now dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
How many diagnoses have you made since then?
Oh, I don't know, because we subsequently ran a clinic at Bellevue. And I remember it must have lasted for about 5 years. And my recollection was because it made no money. Somehow the fields I go into are not the most lucrative.
Well, no, $300 an hour sounds pretty good to me.
It depends how long.
Yeah,
whatever-
stuttering
whatever.
John, you can take your
And,
anti-Semitism
anyway,
and shove it and
what I
leave.
can tell you is that Bellevue closed the clinic because it was not supporting itself. And that's a very
I
big
must
deal
be
now.
getting popular
And,
because I'm getting real a-holes.
By that time, I was
At times.
surprised they would do this because we had 100 cases at that point. That month at Bellevue, in that particular clinic, there were 100 cases. Now,
Ooh,
this may be
I just
piddling
found out how
for
to
an
block
ordinary clinic,
someone.
but for a particular specialty kind of clinic on an offbeat disorder, I
Yeah,
thought
you
that
had
it
a
would at
comment
least
that was
support
very
itself.
anti-Semitic towards
And it
Post
didn't.
45.
And so I can say that we had
His grandchildren.
at the time, there were 100
So we just
visits.
get
I
rid
should
of
say
them.
there were 100 visits to Bellevue
Okay.
to that clinic. So that gives you some idea of the number
Yeah,
of
Patriot
of
Polywog. I
cases
can only
that
post
came
pictures
through. And
or,
the clinic lasted for
comments
only
from
about 4 or 5 years. And of course, at first, they were very few. And then
Twitch
as we
and
became better
YouTube?
known around Connecticut,
because
New
StreamYard
York, New
doesn't
Jersey, more patients were referred. But
automatically
we didn't
talk
always make that
to
diagnosis. Obviously, you could see
Rumble.
patients and they didn't have.
But you made that diagnosis more often since the
Unfortunately,
Marie
not
case.
yet.
Of course.
Would you say 100 times?
I really don't know. It would be a guess, but certainly I know how to interview better now. I know how to interpret things better now than I did then. And
Yeah, the trolls need some vitamin D. They need to get out of the
Have
basement.
all those-
I
They'll
missed. I
get some
probably
sun.
missed more than I ever made.
Have all those diagnoses been in criminal cases where someone's facing criminal charges?
No. In fact, our first case when the clinic opened at Bellevue was a 4-year-old child from our kindergarten or preschool there, a child who was referred to the clinic and who indeed.
In criminal cases, do you have any skepticism going in
Oh
that
yeah,
the person may be
professional
faking
trolls everywhere.
dissociative identity disorder?
Always.
Tell us about that.
Just that you always have to be skeptical about it. Well, just even about your own skills, not just whether somebody's faking or not. You have to you have to be appropriately modest about your skills and your ability to recognize it. Sure.
And in your book, you write alternate personalities leave evidence of their existence all over the place. Jonathan, who is the neuropsychologist, is that right?
No, he died. He was a professor of neurology at Yale,
Okay.
and then at St. Elizabeth's.
You say Jonathan and I have been able to trace clues of multiple personality disorder all the way back to early childhood.
Yeah.
Teacher reports, social service records, medical charts, letters to friends and relatives, journals, diaries, drawings, all pieces of the puzzle that when fitted together reveal the picture of a divided, often fragmented mind.
It often did. Correct. What I'm saying there is that
I have to pause for a second just to say, who among us hasn't had trauma in their life, whether it be childhood or adulthood or middle agehood like myself? I mean, it's kind of across the board that everybody's had some kind of trauma, and trauma is an interpretation. One person might consider a circumstance traumatic, and another person just blows it off.
you get data. In fact, I noticed that in some of your reports, I think there were references to certain kinds of SCID, interviews and things of that sort. But
just what reports
what I was trying to say is that when we make a diagnosis, I pretty much insist that there has to have been evidence that this existed long before I ever set eyes on the person or the person set eyes on me. And very often you will find writings or drawings or all sorts of evidence that somebody has produced, or even signing into hospitals all sorts of things. And I insist that whatever it is, have, or try at least to have evidenced itself long before they saw me, because you're very open to being accused of suggesting and of giving someone an idea that, oh, they must have this because you can suggest it. And this is why, at least in our clinic, we would search for evidence that antedated any contact with us or with our clinic, and still do.
And that's why you would never want to suggest to a defendant that you're doing a forensic evaluation on that they may have some kind of mental disease or disorder, right? Is that what you mean by not suggesting?
No, by not, by just looking back, because you can usually look back and find
TK Phillips.
evidence of, let's say,
Nice to see you
different
back.
names and different
Look at
signatures.
this nice little
You can
family we're putting
very
together.
often, you can find different artistic styles and different signatures at the bottom of them. So that you look back, so that nothing you did influenced what you used to make your diagnosis. And it's how we try to at least be certain that we have not created anything that wasn't there.
It seems to me then family members might be very relevant to interview with regards to not their
If they would.
dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Well, there's one fallacy there, which is very often the abuser has been a family member. And with Marie Moore, the father would not allow the mother to come in or be seen alone. They came in together, would say next to nothing.
Well,
And
I'm going to talk about this case. Okay?
well, but family members are not necessarily the best in the world. Far better is looking back at what the person himself or herself has created prior to.
Okay, I do agree with the fact that what is a criminal can be up for debate, because every year when the lilacs bloom here, I used to take my bicycle up the street when I was a kid, and I'd like put the kickstand out and like lean it up against the tree, and I'd cut lilacs down for my mother. And then I'd go, put it like in her bathroom, or like if she was outside or something, I'd like lay it next to her bed. So as I got older, like every time the lilacs bloom, I'm like, all right, I need to do like a covert clandestine operation and go like find a place I can cut lilacs down. So I guess in some people's book, that's criminal. Good thing you don't know where I live, so you can't tell the police department. Okay, moving on.
The person who created that may have a reason not to tell you the truth, right?
Wrong.
Wait a minute here. You just said a few minutes ago that you're skeptical going into these interviews because people who are charged with crimes may have a reason to fake it. You don't remember saying that?
And TK Phillips, my old Twitter account that got 86 a couple years ago, there was something on there that I would follow that is like every day they list a stupid law, and I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there are like, yeah, super dumb. Okay, sorry.
That is why you would have your data antedate any crime, any contact with them, because you can't retrospectively malinger. And it's vital for everyone to remember that you cannot retrospectively malinger. Oh, gee, I'm going to sign this painting differently because 10 years from now, I'm going to commit murder. Come on.
Well,
that is why you cannot, that's why you don't just take something that was produced after you met with the person, while you look back and you beat the bushes for any
I
data.
love lilacs.
Letters,
They only
old
bloom
letters
for a
to
week.
people, letters to and from, old social work records, old
My favorite is Stargazer
old
lilies.
medical records
And I
where you
actually have
signed
some
in
growing
for
in the
something
garden I
something.
got a couple years ago.
What about a daughter named Harley Hunt had been with the
A
defendant?
lot of people
her
don't like
whole life,
stargazers because they
every
smell,
day of her life?
and they have
Don't
those
you
little
bother to talk
orange
to her, see if
things at
she
the
saw
end of their
signs
like little
Dissociative identity disorder?
pollen.
Oh, sure, it would be
I don't
very
know what they
helpful.
call
And
it,
What did Harley have to tell you when you talk
but you
to
got
her?
to pick those off with a
I asked
Kleenex.
the attorneys with whom I could speak.
You can't have an
and
ice
I
cream cone
was
in your pocket. Is that a law?
not put in touch with any of these people.
I don't
And
know why you
so
would
I,
put an ice cream cone in your
I
pocket.
did not use them unless if they had years before made some kinds of notations about the person, that would be kosher. you could probably look at that, but,
You say in your book that there was a case in Florida, you were subpoenaed or asked to come and give opinions on, and wouldn't do what you asked them to do, an MRI, EG, electrical testing, and you refused to testify. Remember that?
I don't remember which case it was. No, this was written when, in 86? I don't.
Well, why didn't you do that
I
here?
don't recall that case.
Why didn't you do that here?
I tried.
Why didn't you refuse to testify because you didn't have done what you wanted to have done?
Perhaps guilt. I don't know why.
That is a good point, because they're kind of like ripping her to shreds at this point, and she's got so many years of, as I said before, she's probably, you know, one of the leading experts in diagnosing people with all sorts of different mental disorders. And I thought that question was good. Why didn't you refuse to testify? Because, like, her whole credibility is kind of on the line here. If she gets made to look like a fool, that's not going to bode well for the rest of her career.
But
And speaking of that,
I probably should have.
you were to be here at 9 o'clock this morning. Why were you not here at 9 o'clock?
Oh, so that's why
I
court.
don't know. I was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I was told that at the last minute that I was
Remember
not
this
to
morning
come
we had
until
the one
last
witness
Friday.
for like
I
a
do
half an
not
hour,
know.
and then it
The
was on
timing
break
is
until
someone
like
else's.
right about the time we
And your
started.
report was due on February 13th of 2023 with
It's my
regards to
son's birthday.
insanity. You know that too, don't you?
I-
You know there's
It was a
discovery
day-
requirements
it was a
for
day
your
late.
report when you enter a criminal case of this nature, and you need to give us your report 35 days before trial, correct?
No, this is new to me. However, I did the best that I could. I could not provide you with what you wanted until I got data. And even when I did not get the data, I did the best that I could with what I was given.
And you provided, or at least somebody typed up a report that was given to us 4 days before we started jury selection. Do you have a disregard with the rules here? What's going on here?
Oh boy.
I don't think I have a disregard for the rules.
Do you have an unconscious bias with regards to dissociative identity disorder?
An unconscious bias of what? What are you talking about?
Based on your evaluation of Marie and all the other diagnoses you've made, you go into evaluations thinking, I'm going to look for dissociative identity disorder.
No more that I'm going to look to see whether there is bipolar disorder, whether there is brain damage, whether there is seizure disorder. No, no more.
What does crazy, not insane mean?
Crazy, not insane means that there are individuals who have very severe mental illness. Call it crazy, but they are not considered insane because they may not meet the criteria of that particular state or whatever
What's
it
the
is.
difference?
So that they may be crazy as a bedbug, but it does not fit an insanity defense, and the insanity varies, as you know, from state to state, so that you can be quite
Does
crazy
she
in
understand
one
the
place,
state
but,
laws for insanity?
Not insane.
So you can commit a murder where there may not be any motive or any reason why that person committed the murder, but yet you could still be legally sane. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's what I said, no.
And you commit a murder that may not have a motive to it and still be legally sane. For instance, a mother shakes a baby. What's that baby? No reason
You're
other than
correct.
baby crying.
The doctor is discredited. The
Versus
whole
somebody
narrative
legally
falls
sane.
apart. Yep.
Can the person
Ding,
be
ding.
sane?
Yes.
Depending on where this occurs, yeah.
Is that what you mean by crazy, not insane?
That is only one.
The Scottish
That's
woman.
only one small.
Oh,
There's millions.
What?
the
There's
witness.
probably hundreds of crimes that fit that category.
I
Yeah.
think they're probably more crazy than insane disorders. How's that?
Okay.
Uh,
Legal insanity is a pretty high calling.
Depends where.
Well, I talked to you about Colorado, but I'm not sure we can.
Now I'm going to have to go look up the exact rule.
See?
I
See?
take it
See?
McNaughton does not fly in Colorado?
Well, let me ask you a question about these reports that you alluded to in one of your answers.
See?
You said,
That's
based
why I
on
said,
what
does she
your
understand
expert reports said.
the
You understand
definition
that
of
in your answers?
insanity in this state?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Well, what reports are you referring to?
I don't know what report you're referring to.
Well, there's only one report with regards to insanity in this case other than yours, correct?
As far as I know,
And that's the report by Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Correct?
Did you say one of my reports? Aren't they people that are from your side of the,
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're on our side?
because they work for the state?
Well, you work for the state. You're getting paid by the state.
I don't know whom I'm getting paid by, but I assume that they're working
This
on
is
your
not
side
good.
because you have asked them.
Your
have
hand
you
on
asked me
face.
to evaluate
Absurd beats hand on face. Yes,
Leticia?
exactly.
I probably would have said yes. I'd be glad to evaluate Leticia.
Would it surprise you that the court is
No,
the
I
one
did
that
not
actually
see when she
asked the
cupped
state
her
hospital
forehead.
to do a neutral evaluation?
No, it would not. However, when you ask the state to do this,
Oh, I thought
the
you
state
wanted
is the
your
one that
like
is,
you're like
the people there are being
Okay, got
paid by
it.
the state, and it is usually with that slant, just as when a public defender gets a case, it is usually slanted in that direction.
Are you basing that just because they found her legally sane at the time? That somehow we brought them into this case?
No, I'm not basing it on anything. I don't know them. I don't know.
You're quite familiar and you've testified in other murder cases where the prosecution actually goes out and hires an expert.
she's getting her
That
ass
person comes in
whipped.
and testifies on behalf of the prosecution, correct? Like Park Dietz and Associates.
That's the only thing, the only person I can think of. So
That didn't happen in this case, did it?
I don't get it. I mean, Park Dietz is Park Dietz. Why?
So you have no idea how Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres became involved in this evaluation?
I'm assuming that they were requested by you or by the court to do this evaluation.
You said that you read 100 pages of police reports?
I didn't recall.
Did
giving
she
a
read
number. I
Dr.
said hundreds
Torres
of
and
pages
Dr.
of
What's-Her-Faces?
different reports.
How long did it take you to get through all that information?
Hours.
Thousands and thousands of pages, right?
I don't know, hundreds certainly.
Reports from the FBI, correct?
I would have to go over it. I know I carried a suitcase here that weighed probably over 100 pounds, but I don't know how many pages.
Reports from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? You review those?
Dozens and dozens of reports, yes.
What about reports from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Did you review those?
I would have to look over this again, because again, I looked at these a while back, but I did bring them with me. So if you wanted me to look over what I have with me, I can tell you.
Well, tell me what you recall reviewing.
I would have to look at them. I don't recall the name of each place and each organization.
Mr. Tweeney asked you questions about him being in an interview room while you're conducting the evaluation. You remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember giving 3 answers? 1, want them to see what I see. That was your first answer, correct?
Right.
And you knew this was being videotaped, correct?
Right.
Why couldn't they just watch the video?
In my experience, it is helpful for me to have the person who is
Did she watch the
responsible
videos?
for the case to see what I see. Another reason would be I've said to them, try not to interrupt me if you can avoid it, but if there is something
Trigger word
toward
for
the
me
end
is
or
when
something
someone
that you feel I need
makes
to know
a statement and then
I've
at the end
just
goes, right?
failed to ask about.
Like you're supposed
please
to agree
feel
with
free
them?
to ask it or ask
Hate
me,
that.
can you ask it? So that there are a number of reasons why I like the person to see what I see and also to enable me to see what he or she sees that I may have missed.
Well, isn't it kind of awkward because the attorney there is the one deciding to pay you based on your work? Doesn't it make it awkward for you and the defendant to be in the same room with the attorney as you're doing a forensic evaluation?
No.
And you certainly would not want the attorney to interject and become part of that evaluation, would you?
There are occasions when it's very important, when something vital is left out. And if the person were not there, I would not even know enough to ask later on. So
Would you consider that to be an unbiased interview if the person who's working in the best interest of the client is asking questions during the forensic interview?
I think it depends what the questions are. I think I told you in an interview, I've said, look, if you two are going to continue with this, let's stop now. And I quit. Talk about it with each other and I'll come back, so that I try very hard not to play along.
You said the second factor was disassociative cases. There's a lot of skepticism prevailing in the case. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sure I have many times.
What does the attorney have to be in the courtroom to alleviate that second factor of yours?
It's very important for him to see what I see. For example, in this particular case, Leticia's accent changed and became incomprehensible. And it's important for me to have another person see what I see and then say, did you see
Again,
what I see? Or
no one other
somebody of
than
that
a
sort. So
doctor
that
here
it
and
is
there,
helpful.
You don't think that
after
has
the
an impact on the
fact,
defendant?
noticed
And
her
you tell the
change in
attorney,
demeanor,
Did you see
change in
that?
Do I do
personality,
that? Have you ever seen me do that?
or an
No,
accent.
Because I did not ever do that.
Judge, I've asked the witness to allow me to finish my question.
Need to wait till he finishes his question, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
You don't think that
She's
would have an
getting
impact
feisty
on the
now.
defendant and her ability to act a certain way based on what you're saying, her attorney in the room at the time that she's saying things?
Could you repeat what you said first about what I said and what he said and whether it would?
We're going to see the video here in a minute. We're going to watch the video.
Yeah.
My
Oh
question
God,
is,
more
Do
video.
you think it would have an impact on the defendant's ability to act a certain way based on what you're telling her attorney in the same room?
I do not believe that what I do or the way in which I do it on occasion, if I want the attorney to be there or someone else from the attorney's side, I feel that I am more likely to find out the truth than if I'm on my own and I have failed to pick up something. I will often say, wait until the end. If you can wait until the end. And then please raise any questions you have that I may have misunderstood or may have been wrong. But I do this in the interest of trying to learn as much as I can.
You think the attorney might have an interest, in your opinion, in the outcome of that interview?
Of course.
Did you have any safety concerns when you're interviewing Ms. Stout on those 3 days?
I think that just the very fact that I have somebody there tells you that I always have enough sense to try to keep myself safe and calm so I don't have to worry about my own safety.
You interviewed her hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 days in a row. By the time you got to the third day, do you feel the need to have an attorney in there with you for safety reasons?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a case I had a while back, I actually was flying out to Florida for, I forget what part of the case it was late at night. There was a woman attorney with the patient, and by the time I arrived at the prison, the patient had attacked the woman. She had been alone in the room with this person whom she knew well. It's an eye-opener and it's a lesson, and it can happen. And now here this woman had known the defendant for a long time. No, I don't think that I'm that good that after a few hours with somebody, I am perfectly safe. The other thing is with dissociation, a person can switch on a dime. And if you look at the tapes, you'll see that a person, just as they can switch an accent, and it just happens and you barely notice and then you see it, a person can switch on a dime in terms of how they perceive you. And you can be safe. 1 minute, this friend of mine was stabbed shortly before I arrived there to interview the defendant, and I was not permitted to do the interview, and that was that. But no, I do not think that the third day I'm necessarily safe on my own. I would be a fool.
But you talked about someone switching on a dime. You didn't diagnose Ms. Stout with dissociative identity. 2023. Why were you concerned about her switching on a dime if you hadn't made a diagnosis yet?
Because I don't know when I come and see a patient what the disorder is. And there are other disorders in which someone can switch on a dime. And, or you could say something stupid or the wrong thing and the atmosphere changes. So that, I don't know, maybe I'm a coward, but.
I don't think you're a coward. Does everyone who is diagnosed with
TK
dissociative
Phillips,
identity
yeah,
disorder,
I can't remember
are
now
they
who
legally
his wife
insane
worked
throughout the United
Oh.
for.
States?
No,
I just remember
not,
that the
right?
daughter,
There's a spectrum.
I wanted to say she worked
I taught you
for
that.
Twitter. It's either Twitter or
I went to
Pfizer.
school for 7.5
I
years.
think it
I
was
might
Twitter,
pick up a few. But anyway, there's some who are more severe than others. There's some that may not impact their life whatsoever, right?
I don't know.
Because you only look at criminals, right?
No,
Okay.
come on.
Your opinion is that something that happened over 20 years ago
It's crazy how many people are connected.
with Miss Stout's stepfather is the
In the deep
origin
state.
of her traumatic stress
Swamp.
that leads to dissociative identity disorder. Did I get that right?
No,
Tell us, what's the origin of
I
it?
do not know enough about what she suffered or experienced as an infant, as a child, as somebody growing up, nor have I spoken with her relatives, friends, acquaintances personally, so that I cannot possibly say that. In my experience, I'm staggered by how very, very early ongoing intolerable torture can create this. And sometimes you can get a hint of when it happened because when the person is in a certain dissociative state, they may draw the way a 3-year-old does. And it may turn out that as you learn more, that maybe it was at around that time that that the major trauma occurred. But it's
Well, let me, and
I don't know
just to
what
make sure I
caused
wrote
it.
down your answers right.
Yeah.
But you said the cause is early ongoing physical and or sexual abuse that is intolerable, can't cope with it anymore. Mind self-hypnotic.
It is as if you left out as if. It is as if the person has gone into a self-hypnotic state. I have used that term because for me, it makes sense. You will find others, experts far better than I, who may use a different term in terms of the way in which the mind changes. But for me, it is most understandable to say it is a type of self-hypnosis. Because, if you kind of think you are someone else and you're talking differently, it is like a self-hypnotic state. And is unconscious, it is not conscious.
Regardless, you indicated that these assaults happened back when Ms. Stott was 15 years old.
No, I said I know only from other people's histories, and maybe one time where she told me from about age 5 to age 10, some things occurred, that these things have been documented by other people. I am not telling you when. I suspect that we don't know a lot of what went on early.
But we do know that she got a softball scholarship, that she got a doctorate's degree, that she,
Would you explain the doctorate's degree, where she got it and how?
did you not know that she got a doctorate's degree, doctor?
I don't know if you counted the same. It was over the internet, and it was like Coursera or something like that. I think that you need to look at that a bit.
You know more about it than I do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
No.
Well, it was.
No one that I know of has been able to
I know
corroborate the
somebody's
fact that she got a
Watch the videos, it's not in
doctor.
videos.
It's not there.
Doctatorship,
I don't
is that what
know,
they
but
call it?
That's where she got it. That's where she says she got it.
But anyway, that didn't impact her ability
She
to go
also
through
ordered the
college.
fake
It
lie
did. Her
detector
college
test
was
on the
also,
internet
I
too.
believe her degree was a
How do we know it wasn't a fake degree?
computer, an
I mean, she had to have some
internet.
degree
She's
in order to
16,
be a
had daughter,
teacher.
Married twice,
Wow.
right? And then all of a
That
sudden,
was
out of nowhere,
Why would
verified.
you say succeeded?
But a
married
doctorate,
twice?
really?
This is not a victory.
she didn't murder anybody. She didn't murder anybody within that 20-year period.
But she managed to marry some really unpleasant people. I'd say those were big mistakes.
And just coincidentally, you come involved, and now all of a sudden, this event that happened 21 years ago is the cause for her killing an 11-year-old girl. Is that what you're telling us, Jerry?
No, I'm not telling you this.
Then why is it relevant?
We're trying to understand what happened.
Do you mean
and why it
here,
happened.
absurd beats?
And I'm just telling you what
Of
causes,
course we value you.
in my experience, in
And
my
we
limited
value
experience,
Patriot
what
Polywog
causes
and dictatorship
this
world
kind
and DK
of phenomenon.
Phillips
But I
and
don't
opposition's
consider her
work
having married twice inappropriate
on
and
Twitch.
less than loving human
And
beings.
anyone else who
a
stops by.
success. Nor do I consider
Unless they're
her
a troll or anti-Semitic.
degrees.
Then they get
When do you think her
kicked out.
dissociative identity disorder started?
Yeah, see, feel the chat
Wow.
love.
I don't know with her.
I need a Barry
if you were
White
to
song.
ask me earliest,
Feel
the
the chat
first,
love.
patient in
la
our
Barry
clinic was
White.
4 years old.
You didn't think that was important for your opinion to give this jury when her diagnosis started?
Only if I knew it.
Well, you reviewed the jail records in this case, right?
But they're incomplete, and we don't have enough data to say when this started. But you can be pretty sure that it tends to be early and ongoing and intolerable.
Well, it started when she said it started after June 5th, when her competency was raised in court. You remember reading that?
It doesn't matter what she says when she says something started.
In fact, Dr. Torres specifically asked her during the competency evaluation, you answered a question a certain way about multiple personalities. Would you tell us about that? And Ms. Stout didn't have anything to say. Remember that?
I don't know.
Would that be significant in your opinion?
I would have to know the whole context of it.
In fact, it wasn't until the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett that dissociative identity disorder became an issue in this case. Right?
I believe you. I don't know that for sure, but it
Peach,
certainly could
Polywog
be.
says I
You
feel the
reviewed
same
the
way,
reports,
Peeps.
did
I
you
know
not?
when
I
Minnesota
did, but I reviewed hundreds of
stated-
pages
started,
and I can't
I could feel the
quote.
love. Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, I don't know if the court,
I actually had a little speech
how
I
much
wrote
longer
this
you want to
morning.
go? It's about 10 till.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But
I'll have to read it.
so it's up to you. I understand the subject, so.
I've got, we're going to get into videos tomorrow, so I've got quite a bit more. It'd be
let's go
good.
for about 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
I don't know what it is with my son. He's 20 now. I mean, he lives half-time here
You
and half-time at
indicated
his
on direct
dad's.
examination that it's very common
But I don't
for an
ever want him
individual
to
to
leave.
split off to take the
The girls-
characteristics of their abuser when they
That's a
have
different story.
dissociative
Probably because
identity
there's 3 of them
disorder.
at once and they're girls and
I've
they're
seen it
16 and they
Did you
kind
see
of
it
rake
missed
on your
out?
nerves.
I can't say for sure. I saw
Although-
that with her. I don't know. No.
The little
I-
Rita
triplet.
Sanchez has nothing to do with her stepfather. Would you call him Crazy S. James or something like that?
She wants to move
What
to
about
Florida.
him?
Jackass
Her
James.
and her
That's what
boyfriend,
it was.
Truman.
Yeah, but did she turn into Jackass James?
That's what I'm asking you.
I didn't hear that or see it or what did you? I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, you said on direct that it's common, very common, I think you said, that
Now, keep
individuals
in mind, we're
take
reaching
on
the end of the
persona
day.
of
So what
their
the jury
abuser.
hears right before they
I said it
leave
is
usually
common,
sticks
right,
with them.
and it
So if
is
he really
common.
gives it
But
to her
that doesn't
here,
mean that in this case it happened. I'm just informing the jury. It is common, and I'm saying this to you so that you don't say, "Oh, we're going to get rid of so and so sometime because he's terrible," because he's listening when you're there.
my kids are
And,
far smarter than I am,
It's not a good idea,
especially my
to do
son.
that. That's all.
Did you have any indication
Well, they all are
whatsoever
really, really,
that
really
Jackass
smart.
James was one of her personas?
I don't think that I got to know her well enough or see her often enough to.
I don't know.
to
My
say
mom
that.
wasn't
You
necessarily
didn't
the
talk,
most
you didn't
stable
ask
person in
her
the
for
world.
Jackass
So
James to come out and talk to you, did you?
the apple
No,
tree
I
thing,
tend not to ask for.
I try to ignore when it comes to
Alternative
her. But with the
people to
kids,
come
oh
and talk
yeah.
Well, you asked Maria Sanchez to talk to you.
Only because you told me Maria existed. I had not heard of Maria. And
Again, she's self-reporting,
you know,
Maria.
So I would say, is it possible to talk to her, particularly because she did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character.
Oh my God! Why am I getting commercials? And this one is Satan. What is going on?
She did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character, and there are guns and there are all sorts of things. So that, of course, I would want to say, is it possible to
Yeah,
talk
that
to
is
this
true.
person? I'm not saying I want you to talk to me, but is it possible?
Brave browser
for me
doesn't
to
work with
talk to
StreamYard.
So-and-so.
Safari doesn't work
And
with
the
StreamYard. You have to have
DSM-5
freaking.
talks about
I had to sell my
triggering
soul
event
to the
that
devil and
causes someone who
download Chrome
suffers
on my
from
MacBook, which
dissociative
about
identity
killed me.
disorder to trigger that event. Is that
Say that
Oh,
again.
your
the
son's
DSM-5
41.
talks about a triggering event, something traumatic that
Oh.
triggers that individual to change personality.
My son's name is
when
Samuel.
they're
Did I
diagnosed
say
with
this already
dissociative
before?
identity disorder.
It can be, there can be any number of triggers.
Samuel is
What
his
trigger
first
did you
name.
use
But when
to
he's
have her
little,
change to
everybody
Maria
calls him
Sanchez?
Sammy, and then when he
I
got to a
do,
certain
I
age,
do not consciously
Sam.
use a trigger. It could be I have brown
He's-
hair that's a trigger.
I'm the only
It could
one
be
he
no
lets call
trigger that
Sammy.
I have
I always
done.
say, Sammy.
It could be
I don't know why.
looking at the light there and there's a green light.
And my
there, and
daughter's names are Abby, Ellie,
a
Lily.
trigger
Sammy. It
is
kind of
not,
goes.
it isn't you press a button and that does it. But there are different things that have an association to a person and that may
Oh,
then
it does.
elicit
Brave browser does.
a memory and a flashback and it
Your
could
brother's name is Sam.
create
Sammy?
a switch. But
My dad
you
named
know
my
what,
son.
I don't invite a trigger.
But what you did here is, hey, can I talk to Maria Sanchez? And all of a sudden, fake accent comes out and she starts talking.
My grandma wanted me to name him
I
Randy.
didn't-
Oh my God.
I don't even know if Maria
I'll have to
Sanchez
remind to
sounds,
tell you the Randy
to me,
story.
she sounds Hispanic and whatever talked to me sounded Russian without Russian words, but sounded Russian. I don't think
The only
Maria
two words I know in
Sanchez and the
Russian are
Russian
splasiba.
words were the same. You know,
But what you said on direct is
Yeah.
that she spoke Russian. You didn't say
No,
it
I
sounded
forget
Russian.
now.
I said
Splasiba
it
is either
sounded
please or
Russian.
thank
I
you.
would
My
ask
brother's
the
fluent
jury
in
to
Russian.
confirm this.
Why couldn't,
I said it were not words.
I just get one question in?
One more question.
Why is it that Dr. Torres, and asked her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez, can't change? She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change.
Magic.
Okay, those are my questions for today. We'll start tomorrow morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening break. If I can have everyone back where they need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start right on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. I know that some of you may go home. You may want to watch HBO, and that's fine. Just don't watch any documentaries. Don't watch anything about this case, any witnesses having to do with this case. So with that, we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Step down.
What do you make of that? He lied.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
When she said,
So, if we can
Does she have a hot
start
mic going?
everybody in the morning at 9 o'clock. And Dr. Lewis, I understood, and I'm just going based on what the attorneys told me. I understood that you were going to be here this morning, and you weren't. I get that. I had then said that we would start at 1 o'clock. You weren't here at 1 o'clock
bye,
either.
TK Phillips.
Let's
Thank
be
you
here at
so
9
much for
o'clock
coming
tomorrow morning.
back. I appreciate you.
Okay,
Crime Spice love coming through the webcam.
I understand.
Everybody say goodbye to
Comes on
TK Phillips.
The last minute.
Yes, opposition's work.
No,
On
I
Twitch.
understand, and the attorneys are trying to do the best they can too. So I understand, but
Tomorrow will
let's
be
here at
very
9 o'clock in the
interesting.
morning so that we can all start at the same time. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Judge. Based on the issues that have popped up as it relates to the meeting that occurred with Dr. Lewis just in the
On
last
Sunday?
on Sunday, and then the lack of being here this morning when required, I would ask the court to issue an order that nobody, either the prosecution or defense, talk to the witness while she's off the stand tonight to avoid any further issues. There's already been one of those in this case, and I think it would be in the best interest of getting truth to the jury to avoid any other issues on that particular front. And then I think you've already given the witness an order to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and be ready to testify. But I do think it's important, as we're trying to get to the truth of the matter here, that we don't have any impairments with this particular witness.
Mr. Telenial, since this is your witness, do you have a response? Okay. That request is granted. Dr. Lewis, aside from logistical issues about getting back and forth from wherever it is that you're staying to the courthouse, don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it with especially don't discuss it with the attorneys. This is a cross-examination. There should not be, your opinions would not be able to be, I wouldn't allow them in at this point if you were to have a conversation with the attorneys overnight and then something were to change tomorrow in any event. So I think probably the cleanest way to avoid all of that is just don't have any discussion with the attorneys about your testimony either today or tomorrow or the case. And we'll leave it at that.
Your Honor, given that I'm unable to tell you why times change, why they this week and not 2 weeks ago, various times they have. So without speaking with them, I can't tell you more than that. So here is.
Okay.
We'll need some
We can
help
talk
in-
about logistics.
Yeah, we can, right.
Talk about the case.
Right, just not about the substance of the case. And then we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
What is that all about?
Okay?
I want to know why before the judge started talking, her hot mic picked up. He lied. Did you hear her say that? Look at the,
You lost me. Evidence emails?
Look at the,
Okay.
look at the closed captioning. Did you see that? Oh my God. What? Can I rewind you? Are we done here? Did the judge get dismissed? I've had half a beer. I'm so confused. Bye, Patriot Polywog. Good job doing your civic duty and calling in for jury duty. And are we done here? I usually wait until they say, I'll rise for the judge. Yes, can we play it again? Yeah, we can. We can do anything we want. Now, Patriot Polywog, I was going to play that Silk, like 1.5 minute video after this, but I have to cut the YouTube stream.
Well, I think probably the
I'm kind of sick of them throwing a monkey wrench in my plans.
Okay. That request, since this is
Getting
so.
I think it was right after the jury left. They're standing for the jury right now. Who's this guy? He kind of looks like an inmate. This guy here. Who's this? Is he wearing a women's maternity shirt? He's typing on a keyboard.
Step down. What do you make of that? He lied.
There, that was
Thank
it.
you. May all be seated.
One more time. She says to somebody that's helping her.
What do you make of that? He lied.
One more time.
Thank you. May all be seated.
She says, what do you
Record
make
should
of
reflect
that?
the jury has left
He
the
lied.
courtroom.
Step down. What do you make of that? He lied.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
That was Will
So-
Cook. Let's just go back 2 more times. Or 1 more time. So there's Will Cook's elbow. Then Will Cook is out of camera.
Step down. What do you make of that? He lied.
Thank you. May all be seated.
Interesting.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
So he
So,
whispered.
If we can
He
start
whispered to
everybody
step down, and then
in the
she
morning
goes, "What do
at
you
9
make of
o'clock.
that? He
Dr. Lewis,
lied."
I understood, and I'm just going based on what they hear at 1 o'clock.
Here is.
Okay.
He looks like Steve Bannon. You know, I did not trust Steve Bannon for a long ass time. I don't know why. But then last year when he was arrested and all that, and he was such a friggin' fighter. And I do like the fact that he starts off I follow War Room. I've watched him more now in probably the last 9 months than I have ever before. But I do like how he starts off with today is May 2nd, the day of our Lord, 2023. I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, now I love him. Before, I don't know why. There was just something about him that I just didn't trust. But then again, I also liked John Kelly. Remember the Chief of Staff, John Kelly? And, oh my God, I used to have the biggest crush on Reince Priebus. Oh my God, I don't know what it is. I'm attracted to the nerdiest looking guys ever. But, boy, that Reince Priebus, I thought he was so attractive. Oh, I guess we're done. Did the press sell it not to trust him? Yeah, I don't know. You know who else I also thought was like super attractive, if you want to know, is the acting AG for a while before well, the acting AG, Matt Whitaker, which he actually spent some time in Minnesota. Too bad I didn't run into him. The Thing from the Fantastic Four was here. I don't know what that is. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, what do you make of that? He lied. So weird. See, now I'm going to get off from doing this and I'm going to go on to Twitter and I'm going to see what other people think. Oh, see, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so, well, the guy in the blue shirt. Oh, God. But if I don't know who the Thing is from the Fantastic Four, oh, the bald guy? Does he have a mask around his neck? 'Cause that's super stupid. Why is his neck all dark? Or is it like a big, giant neck tattoo? Oh my God, Cash Patel? Peter Pollywog. He's another one. Do you know Cash Patel liked one of my Truth Social posts like 2 months ago? I about fell over. It had to do with Harmeet Dillon, like right after she lost the RNC chair seat. And I said something and all of a sudden it says, Cash Patel liked your truth. And I was like, fainted. Well, I didn't actually faint, but I love Cash Patel. Actually, he had that new book come out, and I think I ordered it. I'm pretty sure I did. The Kindle version. I gotta say I did, because it came out not too long ago. Oh, I love Cash Patel. Okay, so there's that. Oh, but. Okay, so we've kind of talked about this doctor all afternoon. I don't think that the prosecutor asked the questions I would have asked. But he did kind of rip her to shreds. The last, well, probably a good hour. Oh, congrats. Oh, yeah. Patriot Pollywog. Okay, so did you hear the story about me the other day where Dana Carvey actually laughed at one of my tweets? Dana Carvey follows me on Twitter. And there was a picture, or no, God, that's so weird. It just like comes in my ears like a phantom. I don't know. There was a posting about Chelsea Clinton, and I commented underneath it with a picture that you've seen on the 17 board of Chelsea Clinton with her upside down cross necklace. And I said in my at Dana Carvey church lady voice, could it be Satan? And then he responded underneath it in parentheses, laughing. And then the comments under it are like, oh my God, you got Dana Carvey to laugh at you. I know I told that story because I told you the story about Dan Aykroyd and the Super Bassmatic. Thought of Elon straight away. Lol. I've been trying to get Elon's attention. Oh yeah, good luck trying to get Elon. You had a follow from Elon Musk? See, I didn't trust him either because I could have sworn to God on the Intel board there was something about his dad and the child trafficking something or other, pedophile. Oh, I gotta end the YouTube. If you're following me on YouTube, I have to cut you off. But if you're still there, oppositions work. You will still be on. remove.